Saturday night's main event, I genuinely don't know how much interest there is in tonight's show. I think that because John's on it, it's definitely going to have some interest. I think that because John's around, it's definitely going to have a little bit of some extra to it because, of course, we know that we're saying goodbye to John Cena. And we know that every appearance we get of John is one less appearance. It's one step closer towards us saying goodbye. But, yeah, there's not really much in the way of intrigue. I think John's a very clear favourite in his match. I think that in regards to Jey and Logan, Jey is a massive favourite in his match. I think the tag match is good, like a Raw main event, to have Bron and Seth against CM Punk and Sami Zayn. I'm not down on that. And probably the most intriguing match, the one that I don't want to say most interested in, because if I could only watch one match, it might be the John Cena R-Truth match. But the one that I think is quite interesting is the steel cage match. We've got a steel cage match tonight against Damian Priest and Drew McIntyre. So we've got that coming up. I wonder if there'll be any surprises, legends or interruptions or anything like that. I'm not really expecting anything. Saturday night's main event doesn't really give us that. Again, it's not a PLE tonight. It's not a premium live event. It's a TV special, and should still be good though. Certainly looking forward to it. And as we said, it's nice to have some wrestling. If we weren't watching this, I'm sure we'd be doing UFC instead, so we wouldn't be stuck for a stream, but it is nice to have a little bit of wrestling and certainly carry on the conversation that I'm sure many people are going to want to have, and that is about the Wyatt Six. The Wyatt Six returning, and I'm sure there's a lot of thoughts and theories and lots of stuff for us to get our teeth into, so we can definitely look to do that. I did see people saying that there's no women's matches, and that is true, which is a bit of a surprise because we really would have thought they would have put some sort of female match on. But we do have, if rumours are true, an Evolution show coming up, so I wonder if they've kind of been saving women's matches for that. That's going to be an all-women's premium live event, so I wonder if they've just saved women's matches for that. That's the theory that I'm going with. Might not be a correct theory, but it's the theory that I'm going with. Octavia, Lisa, shout out to you, says, community, please hit that like button. Let's show Daze some love. Thank you, Lisa. Daze, there is Chelsea Zelina, says Ria. Oh, I've not seen Chelsea Zelina announced. Has that been announced today, is it? I've not seen that news announced. Let's have a little look. I've got the Wikipedia in front of me. Oh, yes. Oh, well, that's completely passed me by. So, Chelsea Zelina then for the Women's United States Championship. It is, I tell you, that is a bit of a downside, actually, at not doing Unseen, is that I'm kind of not on top of the news in the same way I would be. Like, I would have seen that normally, but because I'm not compiling Unseen, because I can't do Unseen, that has just kind of slipped through the net, so I need to get back doing Unseen as quick as possible. What time is it starting? It's starting in about 2 hours 53. About 2 hours 53. Corey said, I still can't get over UFC ticket prices being $700 for the nosebleeds. It is shocking. The one thing I will say about UFC, though, is that they've always been expensive. They obviously refuse to do stadiums, even though they could do stadiums once a month. So that means that the ticket prices are just incredibly expensive to get into their shows. But it still does not justify $700 for nosebleeds. Daze, did something happen like this with you? You called someone over the call. You was nervous that you cut the call. What are you on about, bud? I have no idea what you're on about. You was nervous that you cut the call. Ellis Tubb said, these Saturday night main event shows run better when they're 4 matches. Truth, John doesn't need to be a match, in my opinion. Ellis Tubb in nice and early with the complaints. Love to see it. Love to see it. Varun said, Chelsea, Zelina for the Women's United States Championship. Caesar said, Daze, I was wondering, what do we think about the hooded figure at the end of the therapy session in Nightbirds? I don't think they ever revealed it, said Caesar Plays. Honestly, I would have to go back and revisit that. I don't know that is a mystery character. It may have turned out to have been like Howdy under a hood or Dexter Loomis under a hood. I don't think that's a mystery that I've still got in mind. But good shout. I'd have to go back and have a look at it to see, because there's maybe a few of those loose threads that we could go back and have a look at and maybe we'd have answers for. I mean, there was a few kind of faces in Static as well that I think have since kind of shown themselves like what they were. Obviously, the bride seems to have been revealed as Nikki, not a bride, but kind of felt like a bride, referred to at the time as the bride. But yeah, I'd have to go back to that one. I don't get the feeling that it's a mystery character, because we've had quite a bit of this group before they were absent, and there was nothing being teased. The only thing that was being teased was the arrival of Alexa. There's been no mention of like a higher power or another character or a dark persona or anything like that. So that's why I would say I'm not expecting any reveal along those lines. But yeah, I wonder if it was just Howdy wearing something slightly different, or Dexter Loomis wearing something slightly different, but a good one to revisit. Hannah said, I've been waiting a long time for a Colombian wrestler. Okay. It would have been Javier, but he got let go. Octavia said, I hope that Chelsea gets... Why have you been waiting for a Colombian? Hannah, are you in Colombia? Where are you? Why have you been waiting specifically for a Colombian wrestler? If you're in Colombia, that will make a lot of sense. Isaac said, I've picked John Cena to win and beat R-Truth. I picked Jey Uso to beat Logan Paul. And I picked CM Punk and Sami Zayn to beat Seth Rollins and Bron Breakker. I picked Damian Priest to beat Drew. I think all of those are the favourites, actually, yes. No, I think Bron and Seth are the favourites. John's the favourite. Jay's the favourite. Damian's a very small favourite. I think Seth and Bron are favourites. So you're pretty much in line with the favourites, other than you've gone the other way with the tag match. Airwolf said, what moves would you make in the drafts? Honestly, I find that such a hard question to answer, because it's so big. It's not really a case of going, well, I would do this, because you've got to have reasons as to why you would do those things. And to be honest with you, I have not sat and thought about what stories I would tell. You really need to book the next 6 months, 12 months to know what feuds you would want, to know who you would move where. And I've not even thought about that work. I've not done anything remotely close to that. So I don't, off the top of my head, have any moves that I would particularly make. The only thing I would say is that I feel that we need better Raw Tag Division. I think the Raw Tag Division feels like it's lacking. I think in regards to the men's division, I think... that's a tricky one. I think that I would want to get some of that talent that's, like an LA Knight. LA Knight is not going to be winning the WWE Championship, right? He ain't winning the W. So it's kind of pointless him being on SmackDown because he's got no chance of getting that WWE Championship. So someone like LA Knight needs to go over to the same brand as the World Heavyweight Championship so that he's got an opportunity to go after that belt. Because the WWE Championship is like the face of the company. And we had this conversation yesterday, you know, John Cena, Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, you know, those are the people that carry the WWE Championship. I don't see the likes of an LA Knight or a Shinsuke or a Carrion or people like that having that belt. So I think I would really lean into having quite a bit of star power around the WWE Championship. And then I would really have some upcoming, exciting, emerging talent around the World Heavyweight Championship because I think it's realistic that they could win that. And I think then it also gives them a bit of breathing room where they don't have so many big stars in their way. The problem you've got is that both shows need ratings, both shows need views, and the way you get that is with big stars. So I wonder if I would make sure that the women's division was stacked. What I might do is have a really strong women's division on Raw and a slightly emerging women's division on SmackDown, and then do it the other way around for the men so that I get stars on both shows. It's going to be hard because I think the men draw better than the women, but I would look to do something along those lines. I just think it's a bit of a problem if you are an LA Knight, a Shinsuke, a Carrion, a Sami Zayn. If you're on the same brand as the WWE champion, you ain't getting that belt. You ain't getting it. That belt, it belongs to the face of the company. And none of those that I've mentioned are going to be the face of the company, right? Certainly not in the short term. Maybe you could build someone up in the long term, but probably not any of those names. But that's why I would be looking to get them around the World Heavyweight Championship. So just kind of big brush strokes, broad strokes. My mind would be somewhat along those lines. And I'd really like to see that World Heavyweight Championship probably change in hands a little quicker than it has been. I don't mind long title reigns. But I think, you know, let's get a bit of excitement going. Let's get a little bit of a scramble going. Let's get a lot of people around that World Heavyweight Championship trying to get it. And we're sort of seeing a little glimpse of that right now. I would keep going and pursuing that and seeing if I could make it even more chaotic, even more bonkers. I mean, you've got Gunther. Gunther could go around the WWE Championship, actually. I mean, he's a monster heel. I'd have no issue with Cody versus Gunther for the WWE Championship. No problem with that whatsoever. So I don't mind him kind of getting out the way if it frees up another spot for Carrion or someone. But I think Carrion should probably go for a mid-card first. There's a lot of people thinking that he should go for Money in the Bank, but that's a little bit of 0 to 100 for me. That's not really what I'm looking for. I wouldn't be upset if he won it, but it would be a little bit of a head scratcher that the guy that can't even get onto TV is now the Money in the Bank holder. That is very much 0 to 100. I sort of feel like Money in the Bank should go on one of those mid-carders that we, you know, like a Sami Zayn that you see regular, that has got a fan base, that has got, you know, got to take that next step. I sort of feel like Carrion hasn't even done the mid-card title stuff yet. So I wouldn't really have Carrion that high up the card at the moment. Let's just get him on TV. I think there's other names I can think of that could be around that Money in the Bank this year. But yeah, hopefully Carrion ultimately, yes. But yeah, it's not been great, has it, with Carrion and the booking? I think we all know that. So I wouldn't be running before I'm walking with Carrion. So wouldn't really matter what brand he went on, to be honest with you, because I wouldn't be looking to use him that high up the card. And I think both of the mid cards are about the same. I don't think there's any difference between being US champ or Intercontinental champ, although in my mind, the IC belt is more important. But I don't think in 2025 there's any difference. So, roughly in there's some sort of answer. But I've certainly not sat down and sort of mapped out the next 6 months and okay, this is the feud we're going to get. That we're going to do that. We're going to do this. That would be a quite a big piece of work, to be honest, which we could do at some point. But, those would be some of the big brushstrokes that I would be looking at. LS Dub said, I agree. I think you've only said that so that you shake off this label of negativity. Hannah said, let's not forget Triple H thinks that major attractions should be used once in a while, as he did with Omos. So maybe his plans for the Wyatts are to be around a little bit and then take a long break. I don't think about a break so much. I mean, if you think Undertaker was kind of used that way, and there was definitely times where Undertaker took a break, but he took a break because, he'd been working hard, he'd done a good couple of years' work, and so it was just naturally time for him to sort of step away, and have a breather. So I look at it like, I don't look at the Wyatts like Omos. I think Omos is very unique in the fact that Omos is very unique in the sense that he is not fully trained. He's not someone that's put it all together. He's someone that really should be in NXT, even now. And I think that he's someone that is big. I mean, that's all you've really got with him, is just a big, tall guy that they've desperately tried to turn into a wrestler. They had him team with AJ Styles for absolutely ages so that they could try and find a way of turning him into a wrestler. And I think that, we're in a very different situation with the Wyatt Six. They're all trained, main roster stars, with the exception of Gacy, but he would have got called up at some point. And he worked on the indies as well. And I think that, they're an attraction. And I think that you do make sure that you don't overexpose them, use them every single week. But if they're not being used, then there should be a video, a vignette, or something along those lines. I think they, for me, fall more in the Undertaker category than they do, say, into the Omos category. And I think that the absence we've just been through is not an absence because of creative or anything. It's not like a planned absence. It was because of an injury and then trying to get them back into story. And we've done that now. And I think that obviously they'll have a plan. They have waited for the right time. So, I mean, I'm expecting us to get going now. I'm expecting this to be a case where we don't stop now. We'll see them next week. I don't think we see them tonight. I don't think we see the Wyatts tonight because I don't see where they kind of fit in. I know there's a chance they could have sent a message to the whole of the roster, but Nikki came out today with a tweet where she said "you," and it was an image of her attacking Candice. So that one definitely feels like it's got a little bit more legs to it than just a one-off attack. That one definitely feels like it's going to be something we're going to just stick on for a little bit. So I really wouldn't be shocked if this is the start of us doing something with DIY, Candice. The question is, who joins them? Because you're going to need a couple more people. So are the Street Profits going to be involved? I don't think so, only because the Street Profits are the tag champs, and I don't know that we're going to have the tag champs involved in a big storyline with the Wyatt Six. I like the Carmelo Miz suggestion that I read earlier. So someone was saying, if we are going to stay with DIY and Candice, why don't we put the Miz in? Because we never got closure with that. And of course, he's hanging around with Carmelo. This would be a good way of having Carmelo involved in like a big story and getting him like regular TV time. He's just won the Andre Battle Royal. If their team loses, it can be the Miz that takes the pin, or it can be Johnny or Tommaso. It doesn't have to be Carmelo that gets pins, but it will get him on TV. It can get him in promos, and it's, I'm not down on that. It's a bit of a cobbled together group, but the only person really that doesn't fit is Carmella. Because Miz perfectly fits. Johnny and Candice perfectly fit. Tommaso, I don't remember there being any issues with Tommaso. But, you know, he's part of that team now. He's like Johnny's best mate. So you're involved. Whether you want to be or not, you're involved. So it may have been a wider warning. It may have been a warning to the whole of the roster. But I think that tweet today has just started to make me think that maybe it is specific about Candice and DIY. And I think that story makes so much sense. It's a group that we've said from the very beginning when we spoke about who should they go after. DIY was obviously one of those names when we found out that Dexter's family had abandoned him. Well, Dexter's family was DIY, wasn't it? And of course, we all remember Nikki and Candice. So again, it just makes so much sense. So if we're not doing Judgment Day, DIY, Candice, and chuck in a couple of other people in, it just makes a lot of sense. So I'm leaning towards us now maybe dialing in and focusing on those guys. And I think the other people got murked because they were around. They got in the way, basically. Unfortunate, wrong place, wrong time, sorry, but you got in the way. And a message was sent. So I don't see quite where they go tonight, you know. There's no Judgment Day tonight for them to go after if they was going to change course. There's no DIY or Candice or anything like that for them to continue the story. So I don't really see where they go tonight. There's not even a bloodline or anything for them to go after. So I suppose they could come to R-Truth's aid. But I don't think they're about to start a feud or do anything with John Cena. The rumours for Cena are that he's about to go into a tag match with Logan and Bad Bunny. And that's what Money in the Bank's going to be. It's going to be John, Logan, Bad Bunny taking on... Who are they taking on? I think, is it R-Truth, Cody, and there's someone else? Can't remember. I can't remember who it is now off the top of my head. But it's a 6-man that's coming up. And no word of the Wyatt 6 being involved in that. So if they did come out to save R-Truth tonight, it would be a one-off. It would be an exception. I can't see it. I can't see it. I think if anyone saves R-Truth, it'll be Cody. I think there's a good chance you see Cody tonight. Cody could come back tonight. Triple A said, Daze, has this happened? Oh, has it happened? Okay. Has it happened that you called someone, but you were very nervous to talk to her? All right, to her now. So you called her, and she picked up and said hello, but you cut the call because you was nervous to talk to her? No. That's never happened. Triple A, I'm going to ask you a question. Has this by chance happened to you? Just because it seems quite specific how we went from, have you ever called someone and then got nervous and not spoken to her and then run away and cried in the corner? No, that's never happened, to be honest, but that's never happened. Triple A, please respond. Does it happen to you? Because if it has, that is super cute, and I love that for you. It's one of, it's one of those. If that does happen, you can always just call back again, can't you? And just be just act like nothing happened. Yeah, just move on from there. And if she was to say what happened before, just be like, oh, I'm so sorry about that. The line got cut off. And I was in the middle of something anyway, so yeah, I'm sorry. And so you can easily be able to, fix it. But no, I can't say that's ever happened, to be honest. Mainly because I don't speak to girls. I'm actually allergic to them. So, how are you doing, Daze? I'm good, James. I hope you're well, buds. A little better after watching England win at the cricket, which was never in doubt. But after the recent sporting events that I and we have had to witness, it's nice to be on the winning side. So that was nice. Maggie said, Daze has never been lost for words. Do you know what? I was really shy when I was at school. really shy. I would not speak to girls at school. I would not speak to girls at school. You had all the cool kids that I just didn't feel cool enough to hang out with. I wasn't an outcast because the great thing about being at school when I was at school was that all the boys, I'd say all the boys, I mean, it's probably 95% of the boys, right, played football at lunchtime. So as soon as the bell would ring for lunchtime, everyone ran out with a football, went down to the field, and, you know, you had like several games going on. Every year would have its own game, and, you know, teams were being picked. And it was just like, if you was there, then you were going to play because they wanted players. So I was never like left out because I always played football and really enjoyed it. And it was great. But actually, you know, when the bell rung and it was time to go home, I wasn't like meeting up with the cool kids going smoking around the back of the bike sheds. I had a friend that lived over the road from me who went to a different school. So I would actually go back home, give him a call, and I'd play football down the park. So I was just playing lots and lots of football when I was young. Just not serious, just kick arounds down the park, you know. It was so good, so much fun. I mean, I had good friends that, you know, I used to play with down the park, football-wise. But, I mean, actually, you know, those scenes of, like, the high school kids, like, going the cinema and smoking and, you know what I mean, like, drinking for the first time and all that. That was never me. I feel like I missed out on all of that because I'm sure that was happening. But I was never kind of in with the cool kids. But I think it was like when I went to college that I actually did like drama and theatre studies. That really kind of forced me out of my shell. And it really kind of, you know, I don't know, you just get comfortable with public speaking. You get comfortable with performing. You kind of, it really, I think those years are so important. Like when you're 14, 15, 16, 17, those are the years where I think you're really trying to find who you are. And I did kind of find myself, if you will, within those years. I found that I, you know, I found out that I enjoy speaking. I know that much. And I've got plenty to say. But before that, I was actually quite timid and quiet. And I don't know. Didn't really ever feel... I didn't really ever feel like I had anything to contribute. I didn't really ever feel like I had anything to say. So I would say if anyone out there... Yeah, we're going to bring this to a lovely heartwarming conclusion. If anyone out there feels that way, yeah, it's not true. Everyone's life is different, varied, interesting. Your experiences are not experiences that I have had or other people have had. You know, the kind of things that you've done in your life, they are unique to you. No one else has had that journey or that story. So everyone has something of value to speak about. And I think if you can believe in that, and you can get comfortable with yourself. That's why, you should never be scared, like AAA there, saying I'm, like, not speaking to a girl, because, you know, why not? I mean, if it didn't work out, then, okay, it didn't work out. There are other girls. I can't imagine you would ever say anything so stupid that she would put the phone down or never want to speak to you again, right? I can't believe you would say anything that stupid. So, it's kind of, I don't know, it's a silly phobia to have, really, isn't it? It's, you know, you got to take your shots, haven't you? You got to take the opportunities when they come along. If you could go back to year 7, what would you change? Oh, God. Welshie, that's such a great question, because I've thought about that before. I mean, I would be such a different person in school now. I would be such a different person. When I was at school before, I kept myself to myself. I had some friends. You know, I wasn't a complete loner. I had some friends and, you know, got on great with them, and I played football and I was happy. But I was not someone that was, you know, making people laugh or, you know, really engaging with girls or anything like that. Like, I think if I was to go back, I'd want to, and maybe this is true of life, I'd want to live it a bit more. I think that one of my big faults is that I get comfortable. You know, like, I'm comfortable now, aren't I? I do the same streams all the time. I don't really ever step out of my comfort zone. I do the same stuff. Like, Monday, I'll be doing the stream. Tuesday, I'll be doing the stream. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I mean, I'm in that sort of routine. I'm comfortable. I never really force myself out of my comfort zone. And I didn't do that at school either. And I think I would want to go back, and I would want to try and force myself out of a comfort zone. Go and speak to some girls. Go and chat to some lads that you don't know and see if you can make friends. Might end up in disaster. It might be a flipping disaster. But life's for living, isn't it? Pretty soon, you know, fast forward 100 years. Who knows? I doubt any of us here will be here. Right, so, you know, why not live life? So, yeah, without getting, like, too big and philosophical, I think I'd want to take some more chances than I did. I think I'd want to not be as comfortable. But that's advice I could take now, isn't it? And I don't. So, it's one of those that is very much easier said than done. But, yeah, interesting. What a random conversation. David said, since you're in share modes, to be honest, David, I'm always in share mode. I do so many streams that I can't really afford to not be in share mode. What's the craziest or most embarrassing story? What's the craziest or most embarrassing story? Oh, I don't know that I have a crazy embarrassing story. There was one that I can think of. It's not the most embarrassing, because I'm sure there was way more embarrassing. But I'm trying to think if there is anything that's more embarrassing. I remember it being like my first week at a job, right? So I went to university and I decided to do drama and music. I had never studied music before. Why I thought I could do it at university, I have no idea, right, as an idiot. But I did it, and I didn't have a flipping clue what was going on. Not a flipping clue. And drama was too easy. I mean, I'm sure it would have got harder, but it was like, I think those first few weeks, they're like really trying to get everyone onto the same page. So, like, I was like bored. I was bored in drama, and I was lost, completely lost in music, and I was just hating university. So I did it for like a month, and I said to my dad, I need to get out. I can't do it. I need to go. And he was like, that's fine, but you're getting a job if you do that. And I was like, deal, fine. So I went straight into work, and I went into retail, and I was working, and I stayed there for 15 years, and I loved it. Brilliant decision. Loved it, right? But I got took on as a Christmas seasonal colleague, and I got took on late. I mean, I think I got took on at the start of November, and because university had started in September, so I had done the end of September, I'd done early October, and by the time I get this job, it's November. And I mean, Christmas is the 25th of December. I've got no time to try and secure a full-time job, right? There's people that had been there months. So I'm literally like, I'm working every lunch. I'm working every hour. You know, you need me on the till, I'm on the till. You need me in the stock room, I'm in the stock room. You need me cleaning, I'm cleaning. I'm doing whatever you need me to do. Because I knew they had some positions after Christmas. I knew I was the last person they had hired. I knew I had no other option. And I knew I needed this job. And so I mean, I'm not afraid to put hours in anyway, as people know, right? I mean, the channel is evident of that. And that same energy is what I put into this job in retail, right? And I did get a job after. But I remember the first, I think it was the first week I was there, they were impressed with, you know, my commitment, and, you know, I was always on time, and I'll always look smart and all of that stuff. And I remember the manager coming over, right? And I wasn't feeling well. And the manager was coming over, I think, to be like, I heard you're not feeling brilliant today, right? And he came over, and as he came over, no word of a lie, I sneezed, right? I was like this, and snot went like all the way all all the way down there like this. And the manager came over and I just sort of turned around like that. And he looked at me like absolutely horrified. Absolutely horrified. This is me trying to get a job as well. This is me in that time period of trying to find out what I was going to do with my life. And I'm working so hard and I'm doing everything I can. I'm even turning up to work sick. I've got proper, I'm just not, and it was like, it just went flipping. It's like my head exploded. I mean, thankfully it didn't go all on the CDs or anything, but it did literally go down me. And I was just like there like, oh my God. And the manager was like horrified at first, and then he just burst out laughing, right? But when he burst out laughing like so, like dramatic, like so big, like he just, you know, when someone just loses it, and he was like, I can't, and he walked off like, and I was like, well, I mean, obviously everyone was looking because I'm stood in the flipping shop. There's customers around. My manager's just burst out laughing in front of me. I mean, it is one of those moments, I suppose, where you're like, I just want this world to swallow me up right now. I just really want this world to swallow me up. I'm just not having a good day. But you know what's funny about that story is that I don't massively class it as embarrassing, even though it was embarrassing. But I don't massively class it as embarrassing because I was really not well, and I was doing everything I could to get that job. I mean, what would the alternative have been? The alternative would have been to have stayed at home, and I couldn't have done that, you know. And to be honest, I get the job after Christmas, so even with that incident, it didn't matter, you know? It didn't result, I mean, had that incident have resulted in me not getting the job, maybe I would have felt very different about it. But because I do get the job after Christmas and I end up staying with the company for 15 years, you know, I have got the ability to tell that story, look back and laugh at it as well myself now. But, yeah, it's one of those where I was like, at the time, you're like, oh my God, it's in the moment, it's embarrassing, but yeah, not one that I struggle to share. That's not a story I struggle to share, but it was bad. All the customer, and it was Christmas as well. I mean, you're going back to the early 2000s. Internet shopping has not really been a thing. You can imagine, and it was a decent sized store, honestly. It was a big record store, the only record store in one of the biggest shopping centres in the West Midlands. And I'm flipping stood on the shop floor, just like with snot all down me. My manager bursting out laughing in front of me. I've only been there a week or so. And, you know, when it feels like the music and everything stops as well, it feels like everything stops. That was kind of my situation there. So that's the first story that came to mind. I'm sure there's others. And I promise you, if I could remember them, I would tell you, but that's the first one that came to my mind. I heard from a friend. My friend told me I was laughing so much. Triple A, shout out to you. Daze, that's true. I've always wondered if it gets lonely streaming, as it would be nice to talk to some women outside. You've got a funny factor. You might have been a playboy. It doesn't get lonely. You lot stop it from getting lonely. I was thinking this the other day, you know. I mean, I am on my own in this room all the time, day after day after day, night after night after night after night. But I don't ever get lonely. I think part of that is because, like, I just talk to you guys like as if you're in the room. I mean, if you was to go for a drink with me down the pub, it would be exactly what you see on streams, because you could not act different for the amount of hours that I stream. There is no way I could be putting an act on for this length of time consistently. The mask would slip, wouldn't it? It would fall. You would see the true evil me if I was putting an act on. So, yeah, I mean, if we was to go down a pub and have a drink, this is, you know, the kind of conversation we'd be having. This is the kind of banter we'd be having. And so, I've said it before, I love the community, and I've valued the community so much because, you know, the community gives me everything. It gives me a livelihood, but it gives me a a way of like talking about wrestling. You know, there's been many times in my life where I've not had anyone to talk about wrestling. So to have that ability, I'm very grateful for. But also, you know, I mean, without the community, if I was sat here just doing videos and editing, I would be lonely. I'm sure it would get lonely. I'm not someone that just can't have no people around. Like, you do need someone in your life, don't you? You do need someone. So, yeah, it would get lonely. But to be honest, I stream, chat with you guys for hours on end, then afterwards just work on videos and, you know, try to get them up. There's a real time pressure there. I want to get them up before, like, really everyone goes to bed. So I've got to get those done. So you haven't got time to think about, am I lonely? You know, you ain't got time to think about that. And honestly, by the time I'm done with all of that and I've mopped up a few things, it's probably time to go back to bed. There is no point I ever sit here and think I'm lonely. Never. And I even thought about that the other day, which is actually quite surprising. But no, I don't feel that, which is really good. And I hope you don't feel that either. Yeah, I hope you've either got someone or you don't feel lonely. AB said, predictions for winners tonight. Chelsea Green, Drew McIntyre, John Cena, Seth, Bron, Logan, Paul. You think Logan wins tonight? Well, listen, the Chelsea-Zelina match has just been added. I think people are saying it was on SmackDown. So, we've not spoke about that match. Let's see who people think is going to win. So, who leaves as champion? I think Chelsea's got a chance, you know. That's gone cold. I think Chelsea's got a chance. Connor said, this is why Wembley should hold WrestleMania. It'll no longer host the 42nd edition New Orleans. Wembley is the largest stadium with 90,000. Well, Connor, the way that it works is that cities have to bid and they have to come forward with a lot of money, right? They have to come forward with cash and they have to say, we're going to give you 2 million, 3 million, because we want you to bring the show here, right? And so they were going to do it in New Orleans. And my understanding is that Las Vegas came forward with a lot of money and basically said, we want it here, right? And so WWE were like, well, show us the money, you can have it. They did, they got it, right? So if London is going to do that, if London is going to show the money and is going to put that money up, then London can have it. But honestly, it's down to London. It's down to Wembley and the London mayor to actually put that money up. If they don't do it, they've only got themselves to blame, because there's other places that will do it. There's other places that will put that kind of money up, you know, like Las Vegas. So I can't blame WWE. I can't sit here and blame them for not giving the UK WrestleMania. I really am of the belief that it's money that talks. So if WWE get the money, they will go to the UK. Right, I need to have a look because I've just realised I don't have my little Saturday night's main event thing set up for any little reaction clips that we might do. And I can't even remember what the old ones looked like, so I just need to have a little look at that. And then we will get back to the bants. We'll be right back to the bants. Oh, interesting. That is interesting. I do not have that set up. Okay. Right, with Chelsea seemingly in the running for Money in the Bank, I think the sensible decision would be to put the belt back on her. That's what I would do. I could see a non-finish for that match. She's out of the running of... okay. Well, she's not really out the running because she can go in, like, via a last minute sort of situation, you know, one of those last chance matches. I think there's a good chance they do that for her. So I don't think she's out the running, to be honest, buds. I think they'll do the final spot being, you know, those people that got eliminated. They'll get like a multi-person match. So actually, you've just convinced me that Zelina retains. Because I was leaning towards Chelsea, but you're right, Money in the Bank is still around. I think she could get in via one of those last chance type matches, and I don't think they would do that if she's got the belt. So I think you've managed to just convince me the other way, honestly, because I was leaning towards, they could put it back on Chelsea here. But, yeah, maybe not. Zelina ain't championship material. I don't begrudge them giving her the belt, because I think she's someone that's got fans, right? I mean, I actually see there's quite a few in our community that really like Zelina. I get tagged in a few people saying like Zelina should be pushed and all that kind of stuff. I also think that moment at Backlash in Puerto Rico, I think that was a really big moment for her. I think that showed that there was something there. You know, that, I mean, like, I think genuinely that is one of the most iconic, if you take away the top iconic moments, the kind of Cody finishing his story, John Cena turning heel, if you take that away, right, and dig down a little bit deeper, I think that Zelina coming out her entrance with her in tears, having that Puerto Rican flag like gear, very Macho Man-esque actually, with that big cape that she had. I think that's a real moment of the past few years, because she's in bits, she's in tears. She's not someone that gets on TV in matches that often. So to have a premium live event match, to be fighting for a championship, just meant the world to her, and doing it in Puerto Rico as well. I mean, she is someone that is representing that world, that part of the world, that community, that nation. I think was it her dad that was from Puerto Rico? I mean, there's obviously heritage there. So I wonder if it's a case of, you know, that showed that there's a little something there. That definitely won her a lot of fans. There is a little fan base there. There is a need to try and break into Latin America, you know, expand in Puerto Rico, and they are looking at that part of the world. Obviously, we've just gone to Mexico. So I wonder if they're looking at Zelina as being someone that, okay, we could maybe do a little something there, give her a little look, give her a little run. I mean, I don't think her promos are that bad. I think her wrestling is okay. I don't find myself like hating her as a wrestler or thinking that she doesn't belong. I do agree that, well, she's on the smaller side, and that is a bit of a barrier. I don't think she's as compelling as Chelsea, of course. So a lot of people, I think, would rather go with Chelsea given the option. But I'll tell you something that I think Zelina, it's hard, but something she could lean into is a little bit of the cosplay thing, because she loves cosplaying. The problem you've got is you can't get away with doing that on TV because of copyright issues. You can't like dress up as Pikachu or whatever, you know, because obviously then you'll have Pokemon after you. Rey Mysterio had this problem. He kept doing gear that was kind of nodding towards Marvel or winking at DC. And they actually said, you got to stop doing that. You can't do that. We can't really get away with like doing that. So yeah, that's a tricky one. Yeah, I think it'd be really fun if like every time she came out, she had, certainly for her bigger matches, maybe at just the title matches, she had some sort of like entrance gear, ring gear that was sort of themed on something in pop culture. Because that is the kind of thing I see her doing on her Instagram and her social media. You know, she always likes cosplaying, dressing up as different characters, whatever. I think that's something she's really, engaged with. She likes anime, but that's all lost on me, to be honest. So I can't really make the argument that's the way I would go. But, you could do the odd anime thing. Do you remember when, was it Sasha did like a Sailor Moon thing at the Royal Rumble? She got away with that, didn't she? I'm sure it was Sailor Moon when she kind of came out at number 1 or number 2 in the Rumble a good few years ago. She came out in something that I think was Sailor Moon inspired. I mean, I could tell that it was based on something, but I couldn't have told you what it was. But it was doing the rounds after, of course, that, oh my God, she's dressed as blah, blah, blah. So, I don't know. I think there could be something to that for Zelina. But, yeah, I understand the criticism. I mean, you put Zelina against an EO, You put her in there against Roxanne Perez. I mean, these girls are much more engaging when it comes to their in-ring work. But I don't know. I don't begrudge them giving Zelina a look. Honestly, I don't. I think there is some value there. There is. I can totally understand why they would do it, and there is a fan base for her. But yeah, how's this run gonna go? Well, it's up to her, isn't it? It's up to her. It's up to her, and it's up to WWE Creative to make it as successful as possible. I like Zelina a lot, said AKF. She loves her community. Her streams on Twitch were fun to watch while she was released. That Sailor Moon gear was fire, says Ace. Yeah, really fun. Really fun. And, Sasha Mercedes got away with that. So, in my mind, I'm a bit like, I don't know how she did. Because I've definitely read that they said to Ray, you've got to scale it back because we're getting a bit too much heat. Perhaps it's just Marvel. Perhaps it's Marvel and DC that are really, like how Nintendo are when it comes to people streaming their games. Like, Nintendo are famous for being, like, really difficult. I wonder if Marvel and DC are just like that. Perhaps you can get away with Sailor Moon a bit easier, Perhaps you could get away with Pokemon a bit easier, I'm not sure. Don't know. It'd be good for her to maybe dig into that, have a look into that a little. Irish Sam said, Daze, happy Saturday night's main event. Same to you, buds. What direction do we think they're going in with Austin Theory? They've been testing the waters. He's been getting some huge pops. Well, I think he's going to break away from Grayson. I hope it's not a swerve in the sense of it feels like he's going to break away and then he doesn't, or it feels like he's going to break away and be a babyface, but actually he breaks away and is a heel. I mean, I'd play this with a straight bat. I would not mess around with this. I would literally just have it so that he is breaking away, babyface, and really see where we can get with him. He is someone that has got a really great look. I think that he's got a real fun personality. I actually think the way that we should have used him from the start was a little bit like R-Truth, in the sense of Austin Theory is quite good at getting confused and getting mixed up. We saw that when he was in the way down in NXT. Like, someone would say a joke and he wouldn't quite get it. He was always that, like, step behind, and he was always a bit confused, and he didn't, he'd get things a bit mixed up. And it was a little bit like what you get from R-Truth. It was comedy stuff, right? But the difference is that when the bell would ring, when it was time for him to have a match, he would, he'd be able to get focused and he'd be able to go in and put on a really fun match, right? R-Truth sometimes brings his comedy into his matches. I wouldn't do that with Theory. I think with Theory, him getting a bit confused when he's around his friends, but if someone's going to step to him, there's no confusion then. Sometimes if a heel steps up to R-Truth, he'll continue the comedy. I think with Theory, the comedy stops then. Then he's dialed in and he knows, there's no confusion then, like, this is confrontational, we're about to go to war. And so he'll get, stuck into whatever he needs to get stuck into. And I think that was probably the right way to win him over with fans and get him regular TV time and build up his character. But they didn't do any of that. They've had him heel for the longest time, and I don't think he's a very good heel. I don't think he's a very good heel. I don't think he's a good heel because I don't think he is very good at going off on the fans. I don't think he's got really witty kind of put downs, and I think he's a much better babyface. So, yeah, I would definitely turn him face. I would definitely bring in a little of that backstage kind of comedy stuff. You know, he's got a bit of a personality to him. And I would kind of explore that. Put him in some situations where some of the bigger names have to come to his aid, to give him a little bit of a rub. You know, if like Cody's helping him out, or, you know, you might have CM Punk doing something with him. And, yeah, get him in some situations and give him opportunity and see where we get to with him. I mean, I still think there's a world champion there. No doubt in my mind he can get to a world heavyweight championship. He's still young. He's been in the system a long time. The problem that he's got is that he's not kicked on, but he's not had much opportunity to kick on. So, yeah, he definitely feels like... He feels a bit like a growing plant that's been put in a dark cupboard. That's the best way I could describe him. I feel like he showed real potential, and there was, you know, there was something that was there, and, you know, you're like, this could really be something special. This could be really good. And then you've gone and put it in a flipping dark cupboard, and now it's just sort of not growing, withering a little bit. It's looking a bit tired. That's Austin Theory to me. I mean, what we've done with him in the past few years has been just nothing short of atrocious. I mean, really, to all extent and purposes, we've just pushed him to the side. He's just been put on the back burner. He has not been a focus. He has not been a priority. We've not helped him grow and develop. He's been with Grayson, but that team has not amounted to anything. And I do think one thing with Theory that I'm a bit disappointed about is that he's not used social media more. I think had he have used and embraced social media, then, you know, he could have like got a connection with the crowd a bit sooner. But I don't know, it's hard, isn't it? Because social media is a bit of a double-edged sword. If you're a WWE superstar, you could end up putting something up that hurts just as much as it helps. Social media is, you know, a bit of a tightrope, because you've got to make sure that you are putting out content that is good, compelling, and you know, that can be difficult because you could also put something out that's rubbish. You could put something out that, you know, that really, I don't want to say turns people against you, but it's just not very, I don't know, not great for your character, doesn't really vibe, doesn't really work. It can be a bit of a double-edged sword, but I don't know. I just sort of feel like if you just float along, you might find yourself getting cut eventually. I don't want that for him. I don't want that for anyone. But I think, you know, we spoke earlier about playing it safe. And I think it's hard, isn't it? If you was a WWE superstar, would you just wait for the creative to give you something? Or would you be on social media like Karrion Kross is, trying to make things happen, trying to create a buzz? Because Karrion doesn't play it safe. Karrion takes opportunities, and I don't even know what he runs back. I mean, that promo that he did on Raw Recap, I don't know that he checked that off with Triple H first. It probably would have been wise to have done that, but I have no idea if he did. He might have gone out and done it and then thought, I'll just deal with the fallout after. I'll mop up any issues after. But there's a lot of people that wouldn't be that brave. There's a lot of people that wouldn't take that chance. There's a lot of people that don't take those chances, that just literally sit and wait for whatever creative I've got. I'll just do that. But the problem you've got is that if you're only doing that, if creative don't have anything for you, well, what do you do then? And I think that he could have been a bit bolder, a bit braver on social media and put some stuff out, but he's had nothing. He'd have to create his own stories because he's had nothing to do, has he? Although, look at Ren Sinclair down in NXT. She doesn't really give her much, but every Wednesday she does Rensday. And it's just a little video where she will talk and answer questions. She'll like, right, question one, and she'll go and read off like a question, right? And she'll answer it. And she does that every Wednesday, called Wednesday. And I've got people in the community now wishing me a happy Wednesday. And it's, do you know what I mean? Like, it's not a massive deal, but it's something. It's better than nothing, isn't it? So, fair play to her, because that has kind of connected with a few people. And, you know, fair play. Could she be doing something better than that? Maybe, but at least she's doing something, you know? Daze, as of now, are we happy with Jey's title reign? I'm loving it, said AAA. He is doing good promos, and I love that he's doing 3 feuds at the same time. Have we got a preferred next opponent? Have I got a preferred next opponent? Not really. I mean, whoever's next, I don't think wins. So, you know, I sort of want Gunther to be champion again, to be honest. I really love Gunther. And I suppose my struggle with Jey's title reign is that it is about, 4 weeks old? So we haven't had a great deal of much. His first feud's going to be against Logan, and you know, good in the sense of no one wants to see Logan win. So it's a great way of getting everyone united behind Jey. So that's good. Obviously, you've got Seth, who's going to set his sights on it. I think Seth could get it eventually, of course. Gunther's going to want it back. I mean, I suppose you could have Gunther next. I just don't know what you do with Gunther. Maybe you move him over so that he can go after the WWE Championship. There is a mountain left for Gunther to climb, and that is the WWE Championship. So I suppose Gunther next so that Jey beats him, because I don't see Jey losing tonight. I don't see Jey losing when he does face Gunther next. I do see Seth being champion later in the year, maybe SummerSlam. So, yeah, Gunther, but not for really any exciting reason. Jey's title reign to me is okay. There's not really much to judge. Promos have been okay. Logan matches, perfectly acceptable first match. People gunning for the belt is good. I don't know. At the end of the day, though, Jey's problem is going to be when that bell rings, is he going to give you a good match? And consistently, that's been the area of underperformance. So that's the area that I want to see from Jey improve. If Jey was to start putting on banging matches, then I think we've got a serious conversation. Then we've got something to get our teeth into. At the moment, it's okay. I don't love it as much as you do. I think his promos are fine. I think they've always been fine. I've never had an issue with his promos. I think Logan has said perfectly fine, first person to go after that title. There's a few people that are sniffing around, as there should be. And, yeah, it's fine. It's the matches that I really... That's where you'll see me getting excited. If we see Jey put on a banger tonight with Logan, like a really great match, which could happen, Logan can hold his end of the bargain, can't he? The only problem you've got is that I don't think Logan is going to be the ring general, yeah? And I don't know that Jey can be the ring general. So... Logan can hold his end of the bargain. Jey can probably hold his end of the bargain. But if you've got two people holding their ends of the bargain, that's fine. But who's bringing the excitement? Who's bringing the... Do you know what I mean? Who's driving the ship? We've got two perfectly good passengers. But where's the driver? So, I mean, we had one of the best drivers in Gunther at WrestleMania, and that match wasn't great. That match, Gunther against Jey, was not fantastically received. Community were not crazy about it. Cage match score is not that high for it. So I think it's the in-ring, honestly. It's the in-ring. That's the big problem for me, is the in-ring. So let's see what we get tonight. Man United Hodge said, I always try to pop in when I can. How are you? I'm doing well, mate. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited at the fact that we have got Saturday night's main event. We started an hour early. I was kind of expecting a lot of Wyatt 6 conversation. We might have had some actually, and I've obviously just been chatting away. So I need to get back in the chat a little quicker. But so I thought we'd start an hour early. It's a PLE, of course. The show will start in about an hour and 50 minutes. It's on YouTube internationally. I don't know, NBC is it, or whatever channel it's on, USA, where the flip is it? Peacock, USA in America. Internationally, it's on YouTube. So, yeah, lovely to be here chatting away. And as we said, heading towards a wrestling evening, which I'm definitely down for. Still no folders working, by the way. Still no folders working over on flipping X. I get so many people like, where's Unseen? Where's Unseen? I know. Trust me, I flipping know. No one misses Unseen more than me. It's my life. It's what I tend to do all the time. But yeah, this is kind of the current situation that I like to show people so they know I'm not lying. This is I can't add anything to folders, and I can't get access to folders. So at the moment, it's just not there. So there is a little workaround which Mayor Pete suggested yesterday, which is bookmarking individual tweets. The only downside with that is that is quite a lengthy process. It's a lot harder to do that than it is to just kind of click here and add it to the folder. Doing it up here is like trickier. It's not as easy. So trying to do that for an unseen is going to be a problem. So I feel like we could probably do an unseen tonight, but it's going to be much shorter and it's going to be essentials. It's going to be like, you know, the stuff that I think is really funny. Because I tend to put in stuff like, oh, yeah, that's good. That's fun. Or, oh, okay, yeah, no, that's interesting. I think that's good enough for unseen. Like, that the bar is much higher now. Much higher. Without this, I just can't put as much in. So, I'm going to try and do something using that kind of new system, that new way of doing it. But it's... I used it yesterday for the videos yesterday, and it was a bit more cumbersome. It was a little bit more awkward. Well, it was a lot more awkward, actually. But at least it's something, so I am very appreciative of it. But, yeah, no unseens for that reason at the moment. I like to just let people know because not everyone's on X, so they won't have seen the messages I've been putting out. So there'll be a lot of people on YouTube not aware as to why we've not been doing unseen, just thinking we can't be bothered. It's not that. It's because X has had a major power outage or something. There's like legit X problems. And so until this flipping gets fixed, it's just a lot harder. Right, let's blast down these chats. Let's get into the chat, right? We've got some serious work to do here. So Airwolf, shout out to you. Dave Walker sending in a Wrestling Daze gifted membership. Thank you, my friends. Appreciate the support as always. Chris said, Indy in TNA. I think she could be part of DIY. Maybe. I don't think they really try to use the TNA talent to that sort of main event level. The other thing as well is that she's sort of moved on, hasn't she? I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't expect her to be a part of it. I think that she's going to be telling her own stories in TNA. She's a TNA talent. I know that WWE could get her and use her, but I don't see it. I don't think they will. I think that there'll be references, but I think if I was writing the story, if I would have Dexter's problem be with Johnny and Candice. So I would have it so that Dexter said to them, you broke my marriage up. You drove me away. you filled her head full of lies. And I would make it so that Indy is not really the focus. It's, you did this to me. You broke my marriage up. You don't really need to know his wife was Indy. You don't, Indy is like clearly part of the story, but she doesn't need to be a major focus. So, yes, we used Joe Hendry at WrestleMania and at Royal Rumble. So I'm not going to say there's no chance. There is a chance. But I don't know. If I was booking it, I wouldn't do it. I think you've let Indy go, and so let her do whatever she's doing now. Let her live her life. If she's over in TNA telling stories where she's trying to be the TNA Women's Champion, I wouldn't get in the way of that. I'd be like, let her cook over in TNA. Let her do whatever she's doing. Let her rebrand. I mean, whatever little tweaks she's going to make, whatever she feels she needs to change, let her do all of that. Rather than drag her back over, because, if you wanted to use her for this story, you shouldn't have let her go in the first place. So I'd leave her in TNA personally. But that's just me. That's just a personal preference thing. Bubba Joe said, could we imagine Goldberg being Cena's next feuds? I don't think it would work, honestly, because I don't think there's much love for Goldberg. I mean, I could be wrong on that, but whenever Goldberg gets mentioned, I see a lot of eye rolling. I see a lot of people just his reputation is soured, ruined. He was, that Fiend match in particular, I think really annoyed people. And I don't know if it's only with this community, but I see plenty of people online when Goldberg's name gets mentioned. And I sense it here as well, with Bubba's comment saying, could you imagine Goldberg being Cena's next feud, lol. I mean, that suggests to me that you would find that funny and that that's not a direction you would go. It's not a direction I would go. I just don't think he's very popular in 2025. I mean, he's got a bit of name value. There's people out there that know him and probably still like him and respect him, maybe more the casual fans. But, yeah, not a match I would book. Not when you've got so many better options on the table. But, yeah, he is expected to have his retirement match this year. There was a little bit of information around that. I think it was earlier today, actually. Let me see if what we've got. Per Fightful, Goldberg's retirement is tentatively set for Georgia. Saturday night's main event on July 12th is rumoured to be the spot, and Goldberg's name is being talked about for the show. So Goldberg retiring, maybe at Saturday night's main event in Georgia in July. Now, is he from Georgia? Because if so, maybe that'll be like the most pro-Goldberg crowd you could have. If that is his home, and I think it is, then maybe you could get away with it. Maybe, but to be honest, even those fans might choose John over. John's popular everywhere, But I don't know. If he's retiring in his hometown, his home state, maybe that crowd would be behind a bit more. Maybe you could get away with it, but not the match I would book. Ryan said, big up Daze. Hello, buds. Hope you're doing well. Said, do we think the Wyatt Six could attack Cena and have a non-title match just because he wants to end wrestling and then Cena turn face after? Well, they could. I don't think they will. They could. I think that Cena is a man on his own. Obviously, you could have Travis Scott. You could have The Rock. But, the Wyatt Six obviously have got females. They're a much bigger group. So you would only probably use Howdy and a couple of others. Probably Howdy, and that might be it. I don't know. It doesn't strike me as like the way to go. I certainly don't think the Wyatt Six are that level either, unfortunately. I mean, this is a group that came in and went after American maids, Alpha Academy American maids. They then got into a feud with Karrion Kross, who hardly is on TV. And okay, we were going to build to a Judgment Day feud, but we never did, right? And then now they're seemingly going after DIY and Candice. So for them to go after John is a hell of a jump, and John is kind of on his own. So again, what would the rest of the group do? I mean, it could be a one-off attack, a one-off moment. But I don't see it, to be honest. I don't see it. I mean, there was the theory that they could do something tonight to maybe save our truth. But honestly, coming up next is meant to be a six-man tag, and the Wyatts are not involved in that. I think if anyone's going to save our truth tonight, it would be Cody Rhodes. And then I think as we get towards SummerSlam, we're going to have CM Punk involved. And then, honestly, after that, it starts to get, you know, a little messier, because who knows? We're going to have had a draft. We don't know what the Wyatt Six are going to be involved with. But I think the Wyatt Six are not a group that I really expect to be up at that sort of John Cena level. I don't really think that we're going to... I don't really see what the rest of the group do. It'd have to be like a side quest for like Uncle Howdy, and yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing it. It's not the direction it feels like things are flowing in. But again, like we say with most things, it's certainly not impossible. You know, if we end up getting it, this is the hard thing about wrestling, isn't it? Is that, I mean, if someone in the creative room wants to write that down and do it, they can absolutely write it down and do it. We're just having to kind of judge off where we've been, the rumor mill, like logically, how would you book that with John being one person? You know, two if you count Travis Scott. I mean, you could have Howdy and Rowan maybe in a tag match, and maybe the others just sit it out. Maybe the others don't get involved or something, but I don't know. I think you can see it's not smooth. It's not like an easy thing to just flow into, you know? You'd need to sit down and really like plan that out, map that out. So I think that one for me is one that I think the best way of wording it is that I would file it under unlikely. But I'd never put it in impossible, but I'd just file it under unlikely. So Ryan, shout out to you, buds. It's good to check some thoughts around, thought-provoking, and as I said, not impossible. Matthew, Whittle Vlog, shout out to you, says, hello, guys. Shout out to you, buds. And Man United Hodge, appreciate it, my friends. 9.Holiday said, standing 6'3" and weighing in at a sexy 99 kilograms, build from England, the 21-year-old phenom with a record of 100 wins, 2 losses, 55 by way of knockout. Is this you or me? Because it's definitely not me. So I can only presume that's you, 9.Holiday. So 9.Holiday, shout out to you, my friends. And Patrick Smith, hello. Said, hello, everyone. Long time no see. Do you know what? There is a few people around, a few regulars popping in, saying hello. It's kind of lovely, actually, to see a few familiar faces around. I didn't think this was going to be that big of a show. I still don't think it's going to be that big of a show, but it does feel like there's a few people around, a little extra around, a bit of intrigue out there. I mean, I think Saturday night's main event is an excellent addition to the calendar. I think that obviously we've got our premium live events, but it's nice to drop in these TV specials. Next one, I believe, is July. That's where we could be saying goodbye to Goldberg. We literally just read that. So we could be saying goodbye to Goldberg there. So, yeah, I don't mind these TV specials. And it's nice to see so many people around. Right, Netvorce, hello. Are we expecting anything crazy like debuts? No, not for Saturday night's main event. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think that this is going to be 2 hours. I'm expecting the show to be 2 hours. I'm expecting it to be fun. I'm expecting the cage match probably to be the match that grabs attention. I don't know how far they can go on TV because this is obviously TV. It's not a premium live event. So this is being shown on terrestrial TV. So I believe in America. So it's all part of that USA deal. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not expecting Drew Damian to be like the Drew CM Punk Hell in a Cell. But it's still a steel cage match. It should still be fun. I think you're just going to get a solid, fun show. Do we even get a title change? I mean, I don't expect Logan to win. And the only other belt that's being defended is the Zelina Chelsea match. And I'm asking you guys right now, what do you think about that? You've got Zelina winning 56%. You've actually got it quite close. You've got it 56-44. But the other thing as well is that last time we did Saturday night's main event, we did 4 matches. Tonight we're doing 5. So that means each of the matches is going to have a little less time to accommodate a 5th match. And don't forget, we always do like Joe and Jesse. They tend to do their little links. And so I don't think there's going to be loads of time. To be honest. So yeah, no, I'm not massively expecting debuts, returns, and things along those lines. Could we get something? It's hard to see what that would be. I mean, maybe Cody. I think there was rumors that Cody was going to be on SmackDown. Was it last week? There was rumors he was going to be on SmackDown, and he wasn't. And the streets are saying that Cody is going to be involved in Money in the Bank in a tag match. So we could do something here that sets that up. But to be honest, I don't know how crazy that is. I mean, when people say debuts and stuff, I don't know if they're really thinking Cody, like returns and whatever. I think they're probably hoping for something a bit tastier than that. But I could see Cody. I don't know that you'll get much else than that. Autumn said, evening. Tom reported that what about the Wyatts was true. He said other members were losing their masks. What did Tom report, Autumn, that was true? That would just be interesting to know. What did he say? When did he say it? And what turned out to be true? Because I'm always interested when it comes to reliable sources. And I mean, I know that Tom has got stuff correct in the past, but if you're telling me he's got something correct about the Wyatt 6 return, I'm down for hearing what he got correct. 9 Dark Holiday said, I called out of work again for this. I told the boss that I had got lost in P. Diddy's house, trying to get out, but I'm too slippery with all this oil. Yeah, and the thing is, that's not even a lie. I mean, my understanding is that is actually a true story. 9 Doc Holiday was ever present at those parties and, has seen things that no one should ever see. But 9 Doc Holiday, shout out to you. Obviously, it's going to be a disappointing future for you because, well, I'm not sure there's going to be too many more Diddy parties, right? You'll have to move on to some other weird celebrity. I'm sure there'll be some TikTokers out there or influencers out there that will be doing some weird stuff. Not me. Don't think me. I ain't got time. It's on YouTube, said Shockwave. It is on YouTube. Hannah said, do we see any of the following legend surprises? The Goon. Oh, I'd love the Goon. Bret Hart. I don't see Bret Hart. Damian Sandow. Don't see Sandow. The Undertaker. Don't see Undertaker. Undertaker was not impossible because he was on LFG and he's actually been popping up in NXT. So Undertaker wasn't impossible. But LFG is done now. So, yeah, no, I don't expect that. I'll tell you the legends, and everyone knows, that I'm hoping for is Demolition. Demolition, we're not signed under Legends deals for years and years and years. They did Mattel figures of Demolition in, I want to say 2010, 2011 at the latest, but I think it was 2010. And so they must have been under a deal at that point, right? And then I think they were part of that concussion lawsuit where there was a load of legends, old school legends that got together. And I think a lawyer basically called them up and was like, listen, if WWE didn't like protect you from concussions when you worked, then we can have them for negligence and I can get you a load of money. And a load of legends were like, yeah, fine, add me to it. So there was this list of like 40, 50 legends, well-known names, you know, like Warlord and people like that, that were on this concussion lawsuit. Lawsuit never went anywhere, and so they never did get that money. But what happened was they actually burnt bridges with WWE. Very sad, very unfortunate, and it's took a long time for those wounds to heal. But heal they have. And so I believe Demolition were a part of that. And so they've been on the out of the company for a long time. And as we said, we did get Demolition figures, Mattel figures back in like 2010. So I reckon they've been on the out for at least 12 years, 13 years, something along those lines. But they're back now. They've signed Legends deals. And so this means they can make the odd appearance. And something like Saturday night's main event that's very retro in its presentation would be perfect for them. And I would, but the problem is we don't really have a tag team sort of championship match. We have a tag match. Maybe we could shoehorn them into that. You know, just ahead of this next tag match, we've got a wonderful surprise for you all. One of the greatest WWE tag teams of all time, back in the WWE. Ladies and gentlemen, Axe, Smash, Demolition. Oh, man. Dun, 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 dun. Mate, that would be so good. And then they come out. They haven't even got to do anything. Just come out and wave to the crowds. Have the crowds, you know, give them an ovation. Wonderful, wonderful. Straight into the next match. Something like that I'd flip in love. I don't need much. So I'd love that, but I don't see it happening, unfortunately. You know me, I go into things with low expectations these days and then hope that those expectations get exceeded. You know, I went into yesterday's SmackDown not expecting the Wyatt 6. Genuinely not expecting the Wyatt 6. The birthday thing was not a factor for me, and I did not get carried away. And as we were getting towards the end of the show, I was ready just to review the show that I had seen. So to actually get the Wyatt 6 back was wonderful. Brilliant moment. And honestly, I'd strongly recommend it because I have just not thought about the Wyatt 6, and it's not been something which has been like bringing me down. It has been a bit frustrating since WrestleMania, the amount of people that have been like, where are they? Where are they? I don't blame those people. I understand and I agree. Where are they? Like, I agree. So I'm not having a pop at anyone. But, you know, it's lovely to have them back so that that's not the conversation anymore. The conversation can move on now to, why did they go after Nathan Frazier? Why did they attack Fraxium? What next? Who are they going to go after? What's their motivation? Are they sending a warning to the roster, or are they going after a specific tag team? Blah, blah, blah. So it is just lovely to have them back now. So yeah, in regards to tonight, very similar approach, which is I can see the cards. I know of a couple of things that we could do, like Cody. Cody could come back. Of course, we know that Kyrie returned the other day, so we've still got Asuka to return, right? So, I mean, she could pop up at any time. But there's no rumours of anything major. I've not seen any rumours that such and such is backstage or whatever, so I can't say I'm really going in with much expectation. Plus, it's Saturday night's main event. I mean, this is not a show where it just goes bonkers, you know? This isn't Raw after Mania. But it should still be a fun evening, and I'm grateful we're getting it. Mohammed, hello, said Daze, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Hope you're well. What do we think the Cena plans are for Money in the Bank? Not having a match. If there is a match, then who? Well, word is it's a 6-man tag. So it's a 6-man tag, and it's going to be Cena, Travis, and Logan against Cody. And I cannot remember who the other 2 people were. I feel like one might have been R-Truth. But yeah, that was the... this is where not having folders is heartbreaking. I wonder if I've still... I feel like that was a recent story, so I wonder if I can, like, easily find it. I have. Look at this. 6-man tag match. This from PW Insider. Cena, Logan, Travis against Cody and the Usos. So no R-Truth. So Cody and the Usos has been pitched for Money in the Bank. Not that it's happening, but the PW Insider are saying that it's been pitched for Money in the Bank. So as of right now, that's the direction I'm expecting it to go. But it may not go. It's just been pitched. So yeah, that's what the streets are saying. So Mohammed, shout out to you. Triple A said, Daze, I just want to say I'm a diehard WWE fan since childhood. I've been following you since the Toy Hunt videos. I really appreciate that. And before, before you even had a channel, I was following you. Wow. I always saw your videos and streams. Please never leave. You are my childhood. Wow, Triple A, thank you. That's kind of strange, isn't it? But also it makes sense. It's funny, isn't it? Because I've been doing Next Year YouTube for 10 years, which does not feel that way. Honestly, if I was to guess at how long I'd been doing YouTube, I would have said 4 or 5 years, something like that. 4 or 5 years, I think. So to think next year will be 10 years is actually a little bit scary. That whole time goes so fast thing is so true. I mean, it feels like it was not that long ago. A couple of years ago, it was the pandemic. But actually, it was 5 years ago since the pandemic. And I don't need to tell you how quickly time goes or how quickly it feels like it goes, but it's staggering. But what's crazy to me is that those kids that were enjoying like Toy Hunt videos back in 2016, 2017, if they were 9, they're 18 now. You know, if they were 10, they're like 19 now. It is crazy, like to think that. And those early Toy Hunts in particular, although, do you know, there was one. I've got to say this because I'm so grateful, and I've not said this. Toy Hunts are something that will forever be in my heart, and I will always try to do a few a year, right? Even though, like, the channel's not really aimed at that, and I don't think we've got really the community for it anymore. You know, back in the day, I used to do a lot of figure stuff, and then I would do a toy hunt, and the toy hunt would be a big deal. And people would look forward to it, and I'd get great feedback, and it was all love. Everyone was having a good time, right? Lovely. But now we talk about wrestling, obviously, a lot more rather than talking about toys. We talk about the actual show. We talk about the booking. We talk about creative. We really get into the weeds, which I love doing, right? But it means that, like, if I do a toy hunt, it doesn't get the same traction that it used to get. And that's fine. I understand. The channel's moved on, right? That's fine. I love what we do. But there was a toy hunt that I saw that I didn't even know, hadn't even noticed that I had done 11 months ago. So this means around WrestleMania 40 time, right? About WrestleMania 40, I did a toy hunt. Again, no expectation. I saw that it had got to like over 70,000 views. And I was like, when's that happened? How's that happened? When did that happen? I mean, it's normally I put a video up and I'm on to the next video. So actually seeing what some of these videos go on to achieve, I don't see them. They don't show in any analytics, or do you know what I mean? Like, it's always the new videos that are at the top of the kind of most trending list or whatever, the most popular videos on your channel. It's always the latest videos. And because we do videos every day, that list is always the latest videos. So if there's a video that's kind of bubbling away in the background, I just don't see it. I just don't know that it's doing that. But there was a toy hunt from 11 months ago that did over 70,000. And I was like, I don't even remember it. I don't even remember doing it. But yeah, I was shocked to see that the other day. So I'm very grateful, very, very grateful that is still something people are engaged with and enjoy. And it is something a little different on the channel. And it's something that I will continue. I've got one recorded. I recorded it about a month ago and I ain't done anything with it. So that needs to go up. And yeah, no, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. So AAA, you're a real one. And I appreciate all the support. And if you love the toy hunts, I can promise you the toy hunts love you. Yeah. So no plans on them going away. But I was surprised to see that just like cooking in the background. I was like, God, when did that happen? Irish Sam said Sami could become a third member tonight. I think they're not going to make it too obvious. I think they are going to kick the can down the road. Well, there is a bit of a thought that Sami could turn tonight, yes. Good point. That's one we've not touched on. Do they tease it a little more, as you said? Is tonight the night they pull the trigger? I mean, if you think he sort of teased it when Jey came out after WrestleMania and Sami got in the ring and we were all there like, oh, is he going to? Is he going to? And it really felt like there was something in the air. And now he's teaming up with CM Punk in a match against Seth and Bron. I mean, you know, he could hit him with a chair. He could join up with that group. And him joining with that group, I'd be totally on board with. Because I think Sami is someone that works really well in a faction. I think Sami is someone that can struggle a bit on his own. I think Sami is someone that needs to bounce off people. You know, Sami is fun in a social setting. Sami is someone that is, you know, is a passionate promo, but like he's a good actor. So he's a really good performer. So he's really good at like, you know, getting into situations with other people and trying to find ways out of it and reacting to what's going on and bouncing off others. I mean, he just shone in the Bloodline. He just absolutely shone. You know, serious stuff when they were fired up. And like when he hits Roman with the chair. I mean, think about that when he hit Roman with the chair at the Rumble. Think about like the trial of Sami when he was really like serious and he was like devastated that they were judging him and he was about to get Samoan spiked by Solo, and he can do that serious stuff, but then equally he can do Usi and he can do honorary use and he can be like dancing in the background and like he's just got so many facets to his performance that he can do comedy, he can do serious stuff. He's excellent. He's just excellent. I mean, he's a great promo. He's a great wrestler. I mean, I think the only thing that sort of lets him down is his presentation. I just think he comes across like the guy next door. Do you know what I mean? I could imagine borrowing a weed whacker from Sami Zayn, him being my next door neighbor. But that is something which maybe stops him from being a top star. But it's something that I think makes him really relatable. It's something that makes him sort of like the guy next door. And I just love Sami. I think that you could put him in this faction and I think he would shine. I think he does struggle a little bit on his own because, as I said, if you're going to be on your own, you sort of need to be like Carrion or Roman. You need to have the look, you know, so that you are big and jacked and you've got an aura, you know. I think Sami's aura is lacking because his look is guy next door. But every other box is ticked. Every other box is ticked. So I love Sami. I would love for him to be a world champion. I'd love for that box to be ticked. I don't need him to be a multiple world champion. I'd just like him to reach the mountaintop at some point. And honestly, if Money in the Bank gets him there, I'll take it. If being a part of this heel group gets him there, I'll take it. Anything that's going to get him on TV. And to be honest, putting him in this group, it's such a brilliant way of using him. Play to his strengths. He doesn't need to have aura in this group. Bron Breakker is the aura guy in this group. Sami is the guy that can come out, stir up some trouble, and then Bron Breakker can finish it. I think he fits brilliantly. You could have Ethan Page in this group. You could have Austin Theory in this group. But you could have Sami Zayn in this group as well. And they've already shown us how close of a relationship he's got with Seth. We already know that he and Seth were very close. And then, of course, there was a kind of a falling out a few weeks ago. But I don't know that that's something that, it's one of those where Sami could easily turn around and say, you were right. I was wrong. You was right. I see that now. I should have seen it a few weeks ago, but I see it now. And then he joins that group, Don't know if it happens tonight. Don't know if it happens at all. But if it does happen, I would be fine with it, and I'd be really, really on board. Mr. B said, a deep dive Wyatt Money in the Bank history is interesting. Mr. B, what is that? Sorry, is that a video that you've seen, or is that like some work that you've done? What's fill me in on that? But Evan said, thank you, Evan, by the way, said, it was only recently that I was looking back at my appearance on the channel in your videos from 2016. An 11-year-old me was in episode 1. No, what was you? We've come a long way, Daze. Time does move fast. Oh my God. That series I loved. That, I think, is the first time that is so amazing that you was in that. Because that series, I think, is the first time that we have a sort of community. I think I'm right in saying that before those videos, I was trying stuff, to be honest. I mean, the channel starts because the network arrives in the UK in 2015. I think it's like end of 2014, 2015. So 2015, I am catching up, mate, right? I've said before, there's loads of shows that I would check results on and I would try and watch clips of, or I would see people talk about, but I wouldn't get a chance to watch them. And so, 2015, I'm watching loads of stuff. I'm catching up. And basically, my love for wrestling is not... I don't want to say it's reignited, because that's not correct, but I'm consuming a lot more of it, right? All of a sudden, you can go back and watch all these old shows, which were not available before, right? And you've got access to all these... The network, I mean, it's so hard to explain to people now what it was like before we had the network. Like, I've got DVDs. I used to buy DVDs of the shows so that I had them so I could watch them. If I didn't have the DVD, you could probably find them illegally download or something along those lines. But the ease with which you can watch not just PLEs, but like old Raws, old SmackDowns, primetime wrestling. You know what I mean? Like all of this content. I mean, I don't know about you. I just went crazy on it all. I just went crazy on it when the network first arrived. And then, of course, it settles down and you really then take it for granted. And I really took the network for granted. I mean, I had access to all this stuff and that's really largely gone now. I know there's bits on Netflix or whatever, but it ain't as good as when we had the network. We've took a real step backwards, right? But anyway, amazing. So 2015, I'm going crazy. And I'm watching NXT every week on the network and keeping up with Raw, SmackDown. I mean, 2015, again, it's not right to say my love of wrestling gets reignited because I never stepped away, but my consuming of it drastically increases because it becomes so much easier to consume it, right? And to find it and to watch it and enjoy it and catch up with old shows and everything. So I was talking to my then partner and she basically said, I'm not interested in having conversations with you about it. And she was the one that said to me, we'd watched NXT one week, must have been in December. So it will have been of December 2015. I will have watched an NXT. She will have said to me either that day or the week before, don't talk to me about the show once it's finished. I'm not interested. I'll watch it with you, but I ain't talking about it, right? And so what I did then was I sat there and I was like, thinking about what I had just seen. And she said to me, you do realise you keep slipping into like a wrestling daze. Boom. And I think she actually very quickly followed it up with, do you know what you should do? You should start a wrestling channel if you really want to speak to people about wrestling, because I don't want to hear about it. And she was only joking. She wasn't being moody, right? But she was only like, you know, but it was a good idea. So when I start the channel in 2016, it starts not for toys, but because I'm slipping into wrestling dazes, right? So I start the channel, but I can't quite figure out what the content should be, and I can't do watch-alongs at that time. So yeah, I'm trying this. I'm trying reviews. You know, I'm doing a bit of show reviews. I'm doing a bit of history of wrestling. I'm doing some poster reviews. I'm doing all these different things, trying to, you know, I don't know, see what people would enjoy. And one of the things I tried was, you know, hey guys, send me your clips and we'll, or your images and whatever, and we'll, you know, I'll put them together in like a compilation thing. And that, I think, is the first time that I'm really kind of like reaching out to a community of some description. And that's all the way back in 2016. So that Your Videos thing that Evan was a part of when he was 11, I mean, well done in finding the channel, because, I mean, the channel didn't hit 1,000 subscribers until 6 months in. And then at the end of the first year, I think it had got to 12,000. That second part of 2016, I think largely thanks to Toy Hunts, saw quite a good like lift in subscribers. And I think it was because of the Toy Hunts that really was starting to catch on. But that first part of the year, it took me 6 months to get to 1,000 subscribers. And that was putting content up every day. And yeah, that was part of it. That Your Videos series was part of it. So that's crazy, Evan. That is so cool that you was a part of that. I was a part of it as well. So we were both there. We're both OGs, but we're both OGs. There's some really fun old content, actually. I mean, we've been doing Unseens and streams for years, but before that, I was trying lots of different things. So there is over 9 years. There's over 6,500 videos on the channel, you know. 6,500 videos. I've definitely put some work in over that time period. And yeah, there is some fun stuff on there. I don't know. We'll have to see what the next 10 years holds. Real Isaiah Marshall, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Appreciate the support. And Evan, shout out to you as well. Daze was the atomic shrimp of wrestling content, says Jim. Well, Jim was around, talking of early doors. Jim was around. Super early, one of the first people I remember interacting with. So, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of OGs around. Denise, hello, said Daze, hope you well, and you, my friends. Yesterday in the AM, I got my new Lily doll. I ordered it in February. Then that night, the Wyatt 6 finally showed up. What a coincidence. I think they waited, Denise, for you to get that. The streets are saying they refused to return until you got your Lily doll. And to be honest, that's the right move, because if you've been waiting since February, that's a flipping disgrace. But yeah, very, very good. Very good. Ian said, just thought I would pop on quick and wish you all a happy Saturday night's main event stream. I'm exhausted. I didn't sleep very well, so I'm not going to be joining you guys. And I had to collect my son from London Comic Con. Oh, was it London Comic Con? Who was there? London Comic Con. Was there any wrestlers there? Oh, yeah, that was this weekend. London Comic Con. I like Comic Cons. I could have been tempted to have gone to that. Are there any wrestlers that were going? Gaming, entertainment. Let's have a little look, shall we? You might not know some of these boomers because I probably won't know some of these boomers. Who are these people? Does anyone know these people? Who are you out of? Dragon Ball, My Hero. These are rubbish. David Tennant. I mean, he was a Doctor Who, wasn't he? He was out the Walking Deads. It's really small what they were in. He was in Has Been Hotel. I don't even know what that is. Well, I know him. He was in the Walking Dead, so that's pretty cool. She was in the Power Rangers, apparently. Is there any wrestlers, though? Who else we got? She was in Star Wars. Love that for you. He was in a Marvel thing. This dude wants to be Logan Paul. Love that for him. Rob Paulson. I don't know any of these boomers. I don't know who these people are. Jesus. This is London Comic Con, is it? Gaming guests. Literally. Is that it? Comic guests. Who cares? Gaming guests. Who cares? Book guests. Who cares? Yeah, this is not very good. This is not very good. And I don't think these pictures are very good either. Wouldn't it be better for us to see them in the thing they're known for? Because instead it looks like they're just, do you know what I mean? These aren't very good, are they? Although I would go and see British Sumo, actually. I would go and see that. Probably worth going just for that there. Just for that. But even British Sumo looks so rubbish, doesn't it? I mean, look at him. What's this? He looks like a tourist giving it a go. Do you know what I mean? This is what's wrong with the UK, is that we give these things a go, but we're so mid at it. That's not a sumo wrestler. That's not a sumo wrestler. I mean, no disrespect if you're watching. If this guy is watching, then, don't come after me. But, oh, God. I mean, that's just a woman in a flipping top. That's it. That's a cartoon. You can't. These aren't guests. These are flipping cartoons. It's disappointing, isn't it? You do expect better from a London Comic Con, to be honest. But who knows? Perhaps some of you are looking at some of these going, oh my God, they've got Hijabi Ho there, which I love her. She's like my favourite of all the hoes, and I'm like, well, yeah, okay, fair play. But I can't say that there's loads there that's grabbing my attention. And surprisingly, no wrestlers, honestly. No wrestlers. Normally they do have a couple of wrestlers, or they have someone there. So, yeah, I don't know, perhaps I'm not too disappointed. I've met Honky Tonk Man, and I've met Demolition, and I met William Regal at these kind of Comic-Con events. So you can get to meet some legends. They do a brilliant wrestling one called For the Love of Wrestling. They do that at the start of each year. I think it's around about like February time, maybe. But I've yet to go to one, to be honest. Ninja Kane, shout out to you, my friends. And Harbobinger says, Daze, you should destroy another shelving unit. Well, I was disappointed that I destroyed that one. I was kind of gutted that one got destroyed, to be honest. But so, yeah, I can't say that that's in the works or in the plan. Let's file that under lesson learned, shall we? So, yeah, I mean, I was just honestly just trying to have fun, and some things did not go quite according to plan. The microwave one is still the worst one. It's so hard to explain because I put a figure in a microwave to see what would happen. I thought that'll be a good video. I'll put it in, see what happens, put it in for 2 minutes. And so the video doesn't do a very good job. I would love to have re-recorded that, actually, because what I did was, so what I did was I put the figure in the microwave. I microwaved it for 2 minutes, but I actually went and sat down whilst I don't know if I was having a sandwich or something to eat or what I was doing, but I was like, I'll come back here, right? So I had the microwave and I had a camera set up in front of the microwave, and I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think anything of it. I just left it. I'll come back in 2 minutes. I'll see what it's like. And I left the kitchen, right? I was sat in the living room and I was like, what's this? And I could smell something. And when I looked in the kitchen, smoke was billowing out of the microwave. Billowing, right? It was like pouring, like the door wasn't open. It was coming through the cracks. It was just billowing out, like the amount of smoke that was being generated by this figure being in a microwave. I was like, oh my God, I'm about to burn this place down. I was seriously worried. So I went over and I stopped the microwave and I opened the door briefly just to let a little bit of the smoke out, and I closed it again. But literally the flat filled with smoke. And do you know, it was really scary. I couldn't breathe. There was no oxygen. Like, the flat filled with smoke, and I couldn't find my breath. I had my head hanging out of a window, and even that was scary because the smoke was kind of coming out, and I had my head out the window. If I lifted my head, it was still in the smoke. I was having to try and find oxygen. I'm not joking. I would happily take a lie detector test on this. I will happily do a lie detector test so that you know everything I'm saying is real. It was really scary. It was really scary. And that does not come across in the video. But I had my head hanging out a window, my body kind of pointing downwards so that I could find oxygen. Because if I had my head up, there was no oxygen. It was horrific. What you actually see in the video is I open the thing and a bit more smoke comes out. But that is after the drama of what I've just been through, right? That is once the smoke had actually settled down in the flat. So when I open it up, I think I'm seeing the figure for the first time at that point, right? I don't think at this point, I'm not even caring about what the figure looks like. I'm just glad I haven't burnt the flat down to the ground. So when I open up the thing, there is some more smoke that comes out, but you know, the vast majority is already escaped. The vast majority. I mean, I've already been through horrific palaver. I'm choking in that video and I am not putting it on. I could not breathe. I cannot stress this enough. If you are young, if you are someone that is easily influenced, do not do it. Do not do it. If you're going to do it outside. Get your microwave, take it to the garden, do it outside. But just do not do it. And what I ended up with was, well, you'd see in the video, it was an absolute mess. It was an absolute mess. It's a crazy video, and it's one of those videos that I'm like, well, I know the answer now. At least I know what the answer is, what happens if you put a figure in a microwave. But, oh my God, it was horrific. It was horrific. That's probably the scariest thing I've ever done, which sounds weird, doesn't it? Because, like, you know, there's people that are climbing up towers and all this kind of stuff, you know. There's people doing, like, jumping out of planes at great heights. Me, I'm just choking because I've put a figure in a microwave. Do you know what I mean? I'm hardly up there with the greats. But, yeah, honestly, looking for oxygen was just flipping horrific. Horrific. Don't F around with fire, said Metal Mama. Yeah, no, definitely no. Definitely no. So when it comes to those kinds of videos, I've got to admit, I don't miss them. I feel like that box was ticked and we've kind of moved on to pastures a lot safer now, you know. But I know that the channel needs some more of that sort of fun kind of content on it. It's just hard, isn't it, when we do the amount of streaming that we do and we do unscenes, and the challenge is time these days. So, don't know. We'll see what the future holds. Hassan, hello, my friend, said, guess what, Wrestling Daze? I've got the NBC app instead of the Peacock app. What does that mean, Hassan? Is that good? Is it a better viewing experience? Like, what I don't know what that means. I'm in the UK, so I'm just watching it on YouTube. But I hope this is good news, and I hope this means big things for you, Hassan. So shout out to you, buds. Nine Dark Holly said, Daze, Diddy said you'd left your 32-inch dildo nipple clamps. Oh, okay. I did wonder where they'd gone. And your Negan jacket. I am a Walking Dead fan. On his side table, there's also a winged eagle belt here. Yeah, that'll be mine as well. All three of those items check out as being mine. So I appreciate you letting me know where they went, to be honest, because it means I can take the advert out the paper now. Asking if anyone had seen. It was a little bit embarrassing. I did include pictures, but at least I've got an answer now. A. Jobson said they can't watch it. Oh, they can't watch that video. I have the thing, actually. It means me getting up and grabbing it, and I actually don't 100% know where it is. I've shown it before. I still have the figure. I really feel like I should get it now we've made a big thing out of it, but I don't really want to leave the stream. But I still have the figure that was in the microwave. I mean, what happens is the top part of the figure survives, but the waist and the legs, it balloons out into like this black... I don't even know what you would call it. I mean, it is plastic, but it's like charcoal. It like turns into charcoal. And it balloons out. So it's and it's black. And it's unrecognizable. It doesn't look like a figure, the bottom part. The top part sort of stays intact, believe it or not. The bottom part does not. So I couldn't get it off the plate. And when I did, the top part broke off. So I was just sort of left with this black charcoal stuff that I just kind of threw away. So I've still got the top part of the Cena, though. It was a John Cena figure I put in. I've still got the top part of it. Hannah said, Daze, it's true. It's interesting seeing Demolition being back. But the best that Triple H can do is to bring back Repo Man. Well, we can do that now, yes. They are very closely related, aren't they? Corey said, we don't need to see your thing tonight. Charge more for OnlyFans. Corey, thank you. Ellis Stubb said, I just found that microwave video. It's pretty funny. It was not funny, mate. It was not funny. That was from a time where I was still in Southampton. And as I said, I would go to work and I would think like, right, what can I do? What do I need to do? Do I need to do a figure video? I mean, there's me. You can actually see my flat. My old flat. There's another video where I've got all the figures set up as like dominoes around my flat. And so you can actually sort of get a rough idea of my flat. And that's the dominoes video. So some of those old videos are really quite interesting for different reasons. But yeah, it was horrific. What I would say about the microwave video is that my priority in that moment is surviving. So, and I don't think it comes across very well in the video. I think the video is fun. I think you can watch it and it's like fine, but I wish I had a camera on my head that was just constantly recording. And I think the footage from that would have been absolutely fascinating. To have captured every moment of that experience would have made for a million times better video. But it is what it is. Right, Daze, dinner tonight. Roasted turkey with mashed potatoes, gravy, and green beans. Look at you, living the high life, just like Queen Latifah. Adam said, Daze, do you think that match stipulations have become a bit stagnant? What do we think have caused it? I would love to see something new, like Elimination Chamber or Hell in a Cell. I don't know if they've become stagnant. I mean, I'm quite excited about it being a cage match tonight. I think that if you use those stipulations on a fairly regular basis, they will become less meaningful. So, you know, we see ladder matches on a regular basis because, well, you know, every year you've got Money in the Bank, for example. And we will do other ladder matches throughout the year. And, you know, obviously we'll do a Hell in a Cell. We'll do an Elimination Chamber. Like, every year you get these matches. So, I don't know, after you've been watching for a good few years, do they feel as special? If we was to announce a Hell in a Cell soon, okay. But, I mean, we had an amazing one last year with CM Punk Drew, so, I mean, that's the benchmark, isn't it? So it's, and like before that, we've seen, you know, Edge and Finn Balor, and there's been quite a few in recent years, Hell in a Cells and steel cage matches. I still don't feel like we have loads, but we have had a fair few still. And perhaps there is a little bit of a lack of innovation. Like, we did try the Fight Pit. That was at Extreme Rules back in 2022 when Bray returned. We have not done one since. So there was a new match stipulation there, but I don't think it really worked very well. Obviously, down in NXT, we have got the Iron Survivor Challenge. That's where people are fighting, and it's a bit like an Iron Man match, but if you get pinned, you have to go into a cage for a minute. And so you are basically having to just watch as other people are trying to get pins, and you're just like out the match, really. So, you know, that's new. That's somewhat different. But yeah, I would say there is a lack of kind of innovation. I would say the main roster could do with something new and exciting to kind of get people talking and whatever. But yeah, I think we just kind of cycle through each year a lot of the match stipulations, and I suppose as a result, it's not that exciting, is it? I mean, triple threats, fatal four-ways, they don't mean anything. They don't mean anything anymore. Last man standing we see on a regular basis. Street fights, I feel like I see on a weekly basis. I mean, no DQ street fight type matches. I mean, you can dress them up whatever you want, call them whatever you want. Unsanctioned matches or whatever you want to call it. It's basically a no DQ match, isn't it? So I feel like I see those on a regular. So I just think there's a little bit of overexposure and a lack of innovation. And there is a video on the channel which I propose several new match types. I did it a good few years ago now. There was one that I called The Purge, which I really like the name of that. And yeah, there's a few kind of different ones that I've got as suggestions in that. I don't know about you, but I'm kind of intrigued with like structures. I mean, if I think back to like the kind of triple cage from WCW, where you had like a cage on top of a cage on top of a cage. Do you remember Hogan having to work his way through the Dungeon of Doom? Kind of Hogan was in there battling someone on the top level, then he had to battle them on the middle level, and then he finally got down to the ring where he had to face his kind of final opponent. I'm not saying that that's something that I would necessarily bring back, but at least it's different. Do you know what I mean? Could you modernize that in any way? Could you make it easier to film? Is you know what with modern technology and drones and all this kind of stuff, like I don't know, could there be something there? I sort of feel like there does need to be something different. Imagine if we had a new show called, you know, Oblivion, the WWE Cliff Edge or whatever it might be, and it's got a new sort of match type in. I think that would be really exciting. I think it would really grab attention. Whether it would work, I mean, obviously it depends as to what the match stipulation was. But yeah, I'm definitely down for something like that. I think that'd be really fun. Again, it's just more of the same, isn't it? You know, we're going to do Night of Champions. We're going to do... Well, we are going to get Evolution. But that is just an all-women show, you know? Which, okay, it's different, but it's not, you know, it's not that innovative. We're just not allowing any men. We're just blocking all the sausages. And so it's, I don't know, yeah, it's just not much, is there? I mean, actually, for Survivor Series, I'd like them to bin off War Games, to be honest. I'm done with War Games. I've seen it too many times, and I don't even think it's that great. I think I prefer Blood and Guts. I prefer there being a roof on it and it being a little more brutal. I prefer how they do it in AEW. I think that's actually closer to the original War Games than what we do, which is a little closer to just a cage match, really, but only involving 2 rings rather than 1. So, yeah, I'm sort of done with that. I don't need War Games. Maybe we could replace that with something new and innovative. But I think, aren't we in a stadium this year? Makes it harder when it's in a stadium. I think when you're in an arena, the crowd are a bit closer, and so you can get away with like doing something a bit different. If you're in a stadium, some people are going to be really far back. So if you do something like that, it's going to be really hard for those people to see. So I probably wouldn't do anything too crazy if we're in a stadium. But I do think if ever you're in an arena, you've got an opportunity. This is why I didn't hate the Punjabi Prism. You know, a lot of people hate the Punjabi Prism, but I appreciate we were doing something different. We were trying something different, you know. I mean, the matches were never great, but it was something different. Nick said, I'd love to see a fight on a cruise liner. First person to pin their opponent and then swim to the shore. I listen, different venues is fun. Yeah, I'm not down on that. I will never forget as a kid the slam challenge on the USS Intrepid where they were trying to slam Yokozuna. We didn't get matches. It was literally just people coming down trying to slam Yokozuna. But I'll never forget that. It made such a big impression on me when I was a kid. I would love to get, like, they did a poster for it and everything. I'd love to get that poster because it really made a big impression on me. And I think, like, that's one of the first times I remember seeing, like, wrestling outside of an arena. Obviously, you had WrestleMania at WrestleMania 9. And so, you know, but that was still, like, an arena. Still had, like, seats and it was, you know, still an arena of some description, but this was just on a warship. It was a ring on the top of a warship, and there was fans there behind like railings. But I just remember being like, "This is insane." Even as a kid, you're like, "What can't we do?" Do you know what I mean? Oh my god, this is so crazy. We're on a ship. And it was so good. So, yeah, actually go into doing some difference. I think the Jericho Cruise is a great idea. I think the Jericho Cruise is a brilliant idea. I don't think they don't use that for AEW, do they? I don't think they've ever done a Collision or anything. Certainly not a Dynamite. But I don't know if they were filming Dark or anything on that. They probably should have been. So I think that's really great, really fun. I'd be so excited if there was a WWE Cruise and episodes of NXT were being filmed on the cruise on top of the ship deck. And do you know what I mean? Like the WWE Cruise, you pay money, you get to hang out and watch like old shows in the cinema. There's talks in the theatre, you know, the podcasters, you know, your Conrad Thompsons, your JRs, whatever, they're there doing their talks. There's meet and greet opportunities, obviously merch, and then there NXT live shows that, you know, get beamed out. Like you could, you know, you sell tickets for that cruise. I mean, I wonder if that would make money. I wonder if that would be a success. I wonder if that would be something that would be worth exploring. Maybe even if it's not NXT and you go down to the Evolve level, you know, you could still have some decent names on that ship that do meet and greets, you know, and just be at sea for a week or whatever. I don't know. I'd love stuff like that. That's right up my street. I got tired of arenas. Said, here he is. Here he is. I haven't read an LS Dub comment in about 2 hours. I'm tired of arenas. The first one I see. The first LS Dub comment. I'm bored of arenas. Mate, is everything all right? Is everything okay? I feel like it's my fault. I should be more positive. I think like I've had a really bad effect on your life. I've had a really bad effect on you. I blame me. It's my fault. If I was a more positive young man, I think that this community would be a lot more positive. But look what I've done. I've ruined LSW. He was such a polite, lovely young man. And now he's so old and bitter and disgruntled. That's on me. That's on me. I'm not gonna say anything anymore, LSW, because I really do blame myself more than anyone else. LSW says, I've gotten tired of arenas. AEW have done a better job of running tighter, different venues that give off a different vibe. That's true. I mean, NXT have tried. NXT are getting out there a bit more now. The only problem is, do you remember that show after WrestleMania weekend when they were still in Vegas and the crowd were like dead? I mean, I've got a real soft spot for that show. They did it. It was we did the Raw after WrestleMania. Well, there was an NXT after WrestleMania and it was still in Vegas. And we watched it and the crowd were like, because they had gone through SmackDown, Hall of Fame, WrestleMania Day 2, Stand and Deliver, Raw, the nightclub stuff, the Undertaker show, the roast of WrestleMania. Do you know what I mean? They were gone. That crowd were like, absolutely just there. They were there physically, but not mentally. And but I love that. I love that we were just trying to get that little bit more out of WrestleMania. Because, like if you're at a party and you've had a great time and it's like, it's winding down, you're like, nah, Say you're out with your mates and you go to a club and the club closes at 3 and you've had a great time and you've been drinking, dancing, chatting, whatever. And everyone's like, right, well, what should we do? Is it home time? You're like, nah, I know a place. You know what I mean? You're like desperate for people to like, come on, I know this bar. It's open until 6. We have some drinks there. We'll keep it going. Yeah. I mean, I've been fortunate to have some of those nights in Birmingham. And I think if I was at WrestleMania, even though WrestleMania was a bit flat, I think I would also be that kind of like, I don't want to go back to real life. I mean, I'm fortunate because this is my real life and I flipping love it. But if you're at WrestleMania, I could understand, like, what's the alternative? What, going back home and then going back to work? Like, I could understand you wanting to get that little bit more. Just give me a little bit more of WrestleMania. And for me, that's what the NXT after WrestleMania was. It was kind of like, a lot of people have gone now. They've got their flights. They've accepted it's over, but we haven't. We haven't. We're not accepting it. We're going to stick around for one more show. But unfortunately, the crowd were too dead. They were too worn out. And WWE kind of put a statement out saying, yeah, we're not going to do that again. We won't do that again. Next year, we'll just go back to the PC. So I'm like, no, ruined it now. Ruined it now, because I'd love to just get that little bit more out of the weekends. But I get it. Honestly, I do understand. Those people have been through a lot, haven't they? So it is a lot to ask. So yeah, they did that though. They tried that, and obviously we did Madison Square Garden as well, the theatre at Madison Square Garden. So there's been a couple of, and last year the ECW Arena, that was at, I think, the end of last year. So they've tried, but AEW, I understand, have kind of changed their approach, and I think they're better for it, honestly. I don't watch them, but I see clips. And it does look good when they're not in those big arenas, that are half empty. And they're in, like, smaller venues. But some of those smaller venues are so interesting. Do you know what I mean? Visually, they're different. And it adds to the presentation. Jasmine said, is this the kickoff? It is the kickoff, yes. We've been live for 2 hours 20. And we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. And we've got about 40 minutes to go, my friends. 40 minutes to go. I don't think there is like a pre-show or anything. for this show. It is just like a TV special. So there isn't like, here's the card type situation, James said, I missed the 3 stages of hell match. Yeah, they're fun. I mean, they tend to just be 3 separate kind of stipulations, don't they? So you get like last man standing, then you might get an ambulance match or whatever. But they're pretty fun. They can involve some different bits, some different things in. We could definitely bring that back for a feud. I would like to see the Iron Survivor match at Survivor Series, said 9. Holiday. Well, yeah, it would be good to bring that up. I was not sold on it at first. I was a bit like, I think one of the issues I had with it is, am I right in saying that it starts off with 2 people, then after so long another comes down, and then after so long another comes down? The problem I've got with that is that if you start first, you've got an advantage because you can sort of pin your opponent, get some falls, and then, the person that comes out last has got less time. But, as people have said, well, you can make the argument if you come out first in the Royal Rumble, that's obviously a massive disadvantage, and that is true. But, there was just that I was a bit like, I'm not sure about that. I think I would have everyone start in the ring at the same time. I don't think it needs that element to it. I don't think it needs that kind of, we're going to bring people out at different times. Because it works with the Rumble because you never know who's coming out next, and not all 30 people are announced. But with the Iron Survivor, all of the people are announced. There's no mystery. The only mystery is what order are they going to appear in. That's the only mystery. So why do it? Doesn't make any sense. The Rumble's exciting because every time you count down, it could literally be a legend or anyone. You probably know about 25 people that are in the match, which means there's 5 people that you don't know who they are, and they could come out at any time. But you don't get that with the Iron Survivor. The Iron Survivor, we know everyone that's in it. So I think I'd be tempted to change that and just start with all 6 people being in the ring at the start. But other than that, that's not a major criticism. It's just a little tweak I would change. But other than that, yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's better. I've seen them. They're fun. They're fun. There's been some really, really good matches. So I'd be down for seeing that on the main roster. Definitely. Sweetie Pie said, I've met Ric Flair, Sting, Lita, Booker T, Kevin, look at you, all at Comic Cons. Show off. I got an autograph of Sting and John Cena at a live event back in 2011. I only paid $60. John Cena, you got a hug from Cena. Jeez. Sweetie Pie, that's awesome. That is very, very cool. I think that Comic-Con is so special for that because really, when else do you get an opportunity to meet wrestlers? You might bump into them in the streets. Obviously, they don't like you going to the airport or the hotel, so they sort of advise against that. So really, you have to kind of go to these official meet and greets. And Comic-Cons are obviously a great opportunity to do that. So, yeah, I mean, if ever there's if ever I'm free and there's an opportunity like that, I will try and take it. But to be honest, I mean, recent years, I've just not been that free. But thankfully, I have met Honky Tonk Man and Demolition. And it did get me thinking if I could meet someone, who would that be? And it's a real hard one to answer. It's a real difficult one to answer. I think it's a real hard one. My answer was always Vince. Because if you're going to meet anyone, why not meet the puppet master? Do you know what I mean? If you're going to meet anyone, why not meet the guy that basically made WWE and created the kind of content we enjoy watching? I mean, WWE before Vince was a bit different, honestly. It was a bit more sports-based. It wasn't quite as theatrical and showy, and it didn't have the crazy storylines and the crazy characters. There was elements, I mean, if it was a 5, Vince went to 11. is kind of how I would say. You know, if there was like a showmanship level of 5, Vince rocked up and just went 11. So he did change wrestling, and he certainly changed WWE. I mean, WWE was a regional territory. He made it international. And, you know, I got into it in 92, 93. And that means that everything I saw kind of came from his brain. Everything I saw was either from him or signed off from him. He had final say on everything. And so when there is, I mean, look, we know what the allegations are, but put that to one side. When it comes to Vince, the guy in charge of WWE, I mean, I'm a fan of what he created. I mean, Attitude Era it's got his fingerprints all over it. Ruthless Aggression has got his fingerprints all over it. WrestleMania, SummerSlam, his fingerprints are all over everything. So to me, when it comes to like, do you want to meet a wrestler or do you want to meet the guy that sort of created it all? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to not go and say, well, I'd love to meet Vince. I mean, get a picture with Vince, and I don't know if you could get a quick question in. I don't even know what my question would be, but I'm sure, you know, as I'm walking over to shake his hands and get the picture, I'm sure I can quickly go, Vince, whilst I've got you, blah, 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 blah. Vince, just wondered, blah, 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 blah. Whatever it might be. That was always my answer, and genuinely my answer, but obviously I don't know that it kind of fits anymore. I don't even know how I feel about that answer anymore. I don't know. I just don't know. It's one of those where I don't know. I wish I had an answer, but I don't know. I mean, what he's alleged of is absolutely horrific. And you're just sort of like done with it. Like, it's horrific, and so that's it. But he's still that guy. He's still that guy. He's still Mr. WWE. Although we are obviously trying to move away from that, and Triple H is trying to create stories now, and we're bringing in new people. And, you know, the more that time goes by, the more we will move away from Vince. But he's not that far away right now, is he? He's not that far away. He's still alive, and plenty of people on the roster are there because of him. And plenty of these shows only exist because he created them. So we're still very, very close. Very, very close to Vince and everything he created. So I don't know who I would want to meet now, and I don't know if it would be him anymore. I just don't know. I could give you an answer of Undertaker or Shawn, because they're my favorite like wrestlers, but I don't know if I'd be telling you the truth. I really don't know. Supportington, hello, shout out to you, my friends. How are we doing? We're doing good, thank you. I hope you're well. Trini said, I'm going to be honest. Please. If I have a chance to meet Vince right now, I would take it. He hasn't been convicted or anything or proven guilty. What if he is proven guilty, Trini? Because in my mind, he's not been proven guilty. But, and I am very... I think I'm pretty good at being that devil's advocate of, because I don't think what you've said is controversial. I will back you on what you've said there, Trini, right? I think that innocent till proven guilty, I'm a big believer in that. But I've seen the evidence, and it really does not look good. And it's hard to see him not being guilty, right? But again, I'm with you. He's not been found guilty of anything. So, I don't know, but in my mind, I'm sort of thinking he is guilty. He is guilty. So, even though he's not been convicted, I sort of feel like he is guilty. So, if I meet him and was to get a picture with him and chat with him, I sort of feel like I have to do it knowing that he is guilty of what he's doing. Like, I can't tell myself he isn't, when I really believe he is. But equally, I am a big believer in innocent till proven guilty. I do really believe in that, because we've seen times in the past where, you know, people have been found guilty of stuff and then released because evidence came to light that they didn't do it. Do you know, I saw something the other day. A coyote and babies, right? This is weird, but no, a dingo took my baby. There's a line that keeps popping up in comedy, which is like, the dingo took my baby, right? And they showed clips of like someone saying it in Seinfeld, and someone saying, it was like a little catchphrase, the dingo took my baby, right? And it just was around in the 90s. People were using this line, right? And I'd heard it, but I didn't know where it had come from. The dingo took my baby. I thought it was like a quote out of a film, or it was a quote out of some TV show or whatever, and it just kind of seeped its way into pop culture. But I was watching, I think it was Watch Mojo, and they were doing a countdown of horrific stories that turned out to be true. Or something like this, right? Horrific rumours or things that turned out to be true. And it turns out this dingo took my baby is actually from a woman who said to the press that her daughter had been kidnapped by a dingo, and a dingo had taken her kid, right? And no one believed her. And she got arrested and she went to prison because people believed that she had done something to her kid, and that they believed that she was guilty. And there was no evidence, there was nothing to prove she'd done anything, but there was nothing to prove a dingo had took her baby, right? And so I think because no one believed her, that kind of dingo took my baby line was, I don't know, just seen as a bit of a, can you believe she said that? And so people made fun of it. And then years later, they actually found the skull of the kid near a dingo's kind of lair, whatever you would call it, there, you know, where they live. And so, you know, just to massively bring the mood down, it turned out to be true. It turned out that a dingo had actually took her kid, and that she had been telling the truth all along. And that was in a Watch Mojo video of horrific things that turned out to be true. And so, like, she got convicted and was believed to have done something to her kid, and then years later it turned out she hadn't. And, you know, that's just the first one that came to my mind of, like, you know, times where people are found guilty of stuff that they didn't do. So I am a believer in, like, you know, innocent till proven guilty. And I don't know, I can't shake it with Vince. With Vince, there's always been too much smoke, hasn't there? There's always been too much smoke. There's always been payoffs and, you know what I mean, NDAs and all this kind of stuff, and it's always felt uncomfortable. It's always felt uncomfortable. You've always kind of known that he's shady. He's a businessman. The business world is shady, and he's very much part of it. How shady, we never knew. What he had actually done, we never knew. But now all this stuff's coming out, you're like, I don't know. I don't know. I completely understand where Trini is coming from. I understand what she is saying. And I don't know if I would still meet him right now. If he was down the road at a Comic-Con, could I not go? Could I ignore him and not go? This is a guy that knows everything about WWE. He created it. He can answer pretty much any question you would have. There is no one that will know more about it than him. He is... Oh, it's so hard, isn't it? It's so difficult. I just don't know. Carla said, did anyone hear Jim Cornette and Brian talking about Uncle Dave? Brian and Brian arguing on his latest episode. I love Jim, says Carla. Yeah, I did. I think that clip's quite interesting. I think that Dave's got a point. I don't think he's right, but I think he's got a point. The point that he was trying to make, and he made it really badly, was he was saying that wins and losses don't matter in WWE. And of course, people responded, yes, they do, right? But the point he was making was that Solo is not on TV much, like in a match, right? And when he is, he tends to lose. But when he gets into a feud with Jacob, that's going to be a big feud. So the point he's making is that Solo is taking losses and Solo is not being booked very well, But once he goes into this feud with Jacob, that's going to be a big deal. Like, that is going to be a big feud. And so I think the point he's trying to make is that wins and losses, you know, it would help if Solo was getting more wins. It would help if we were building him better. But it's not going to stop that feud from being a big feud. Once you get Jacob Solo, because of their relationship, because I love you, Solo, and that's now gone, and he's being very disrespectful to Solo, you know, that feud, I think, the story is what's really compelling about that feud. So I think the point that Dave was trying to make was that wins and losses, they don't matter in the sense of Solo's been losing, but his feud with Jacob is still going to be a big deal. And I sort of don't disagree with that. I think there's a lot of people that are waiting for that Jacob Solo feud that I think when it happens, I think it could cook. I think they could do a really good story with it. They could do some really good stuff. And so I do get where he's coming from. But I don't think he worded it or explained it very well. I think he, rather than having a conversation with Brian Alvarez about it, right, rather than, like, Brian was coming back making the point, but it would be better if Solo was winning. And the answer to that is yes. The answer to that is you're absolutely right. It would be better. It would be so much better to have two unbeaten people going against each other. But I do think the point still remains that Solo, even though he's lost loads and his aura has completely diminished, I think because of his relationship with Jacob, that feud will still be engaging and we will still be interested. So I think there was a little something there. I think there was something to what he was saying. I just think it was worded terribly. And again, he was arguing with Brian Alvarez, who was making really good points. So it's an interesting one, that. It was an interesting one. So I listened to Jim on that because I was wondering what he was going to say, and I didn't find myself disagreeing with what he said, to be honest, because it is a stupid thing to say, you know, it's one of those where saying wins and losses don't matter. You're going to get ridicule because they should matter. But then equally, Solo does lose a lot, and he has lost a lot of aura, but I do agree that feud with Jacob is going to be good. WWE is kind of into that booking, just dead end considering how many superstars are starting to be annoyed with the booking, says Crash Dummy. Motta Man said there's big cheers here in Tampa for the governor. No, green shirt guy. Oh, what, you're all cheering for green shirt guy, are you? Let's go. 20 minutes to go and we will be live with Saturday night's main event. I'm quite excited now that we've got like closer to it. Hopefully people have had a nice time and we've had a good little chat. But yeah, we're only 20 odd minutes away. Oh, here, look, we've got this. So Fade said the WWE crowd is booing Governor Ron DeSantis. So Governor Ron, you suck. Hey, oh my God, look at the entranceway. Have we had that before? The neon entranceway. Have we had that before? Did we do that before? Maybe we did and I've just forgot. Oh my God. It's just like old school flipping 92, 93. Look at that. Oh, God, that's how it should always be. That's how it should always be. Oh, mate, I wouldn't be booing the governor. I'd be in tears at the entranceway. I'm so happy. And if Demolition come walking out, I'll be on the floor. Daze, are you all right? Daze. Oh, my God. Well, I'm more excited now, aren't I? I'm more excited. Well, I was until I saw Hogan. What's this? What will open the show tonight? Free option, please. CM Punk and Sami, whatever. CM Punk and Sami versus Seth and Bron with Paul Heyman will open the show tonight. Jesse Ventura and Joe will do the hosting duties. WWE is selling an R-Truth Ron Cena t-shirt. Well, I've not seen those. Has anyone got a picture of those? It's not that. Who's this? Charlotte, looking lovely. Where's the Ron Cena shirts? There's Ron. Metal Mama, hello. I have hopes to hear R-Truth perform Legacy after he kicks Cena's arse tonight. Strong words. Strong words. Look at this. It's a classic TV show thing, but they should really bring back the blue and red ropes. It's red, white, and blue, isn't it? Yeah, red, white, and blue. USA! 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 And it should be a blue cage, shouldn't it? That boo! Boo! It should be the blue cage, which I think they turned into the Punjabi prison, actually, so I don't even know if they've got one. Boo! I want to see the Ron Cena shirt. There's R-Truth. Look, Carrion says, let him loose tonight. NWA champion, Ron Killings. So, Carrion wants to see Ron Killings tonight. We've got Sheamus, Stephanie. Did you see that clip earlier of Obafemi saying, tomorrow I'm going to beat up Stephanie's boyfriend? Because Stephanie is allegedly in a relationship with Miles Bourne, and it's Miles Bourne against Obafemi, and he made reference to the fact that they were seeing each other. Just did a bit of goss there, honestly, a little bit of goss. US champ arriving in style. Let's have a little look. This is like Unseen, isn't it? But live. Oh, hello. Who's driven her in? I don't know who that boomer is. Zelina arrives in style. There we go. Was she wearing a helmet? She wasn't wearing a helmet. Well, that is bad, to be honest. I don't look at that and applaud it. I look at that and I think that is an appalling example. That is not the kind of example that I want my United States champion setting. There should be helmets there. And look at that. She goes right round, starts signing bits. Terrible. Thankfully, I don't think they saw her arrive. But the 2,400 people that saw this and the million people watching this stream right now, you have been influenced. So please wear a helmet if ever you are riding a motorcycle. Yeah? Thank you. Those spoken to expect Cody back on WWE programming sooner than later. No word on if Cody Rhodes' return will be tonight on Saturday night's main event, but back sooner than later. There, is this it? Is it? Oh my God! Ron Cena! Yes. That did make me smile and laugh, so I am legally allowed to use the laughing emojis. Because I did laugh. I didn't cry laughing, but I did laugh, so I am legally allowed to use that. Oh, guys, come on. That's great merch. Someone had a great idea. And we followed through with that. Travis, thank you. Travis tagging me in it 2 minutes ago. Travis, I see you. Do I follow you? I follow you. Look at us. We're all great friends. That's what I was looking for, really, was the Ron Cena shirt. So we've seen inside the arena. We've seen the new profile picture. That was 3 hours ago. That was just before we went live. Logan ain't winning the world title. Y'all gotta let this go. Who's hoping for it? Who wants it? No one wants it. No one wants it. Is that like rage baiting or something? Because I look at that and go, who's asking for it? Hey, we were asking for that though, weren't we? And we got it. We were asking for that and we got it. People said as well that's like Howdy's hat, which I thought was very clever. Black with the red circle on and everything. Very good. Alexa Bliss and Uncle Howdy now have the Fiend's pinstripes on their attire. Had them before. That gauntlet thing was old. Come on, Wrestling World CC. You know this. You know this. Some AEW stuff. Julia. Battleground tomorrow. We're back tomorrow, by the way. If you are around tomorrow, we back, baby. We're doing Battleground. NXT Battleground. It is a wrestling weekend. Don't watch this video. It's an absolute disgrace. I was angry. Daze, great show as always, and I hope you're good, said Ross. I'm doing good. Yes, thank you. I hope you're well. Just imagine Truth coming out to John Cena's music. Something he could actually do. I mean, clearly this is something a little bit different for John. This is not like a big, like, historic feud. It's not like his match with Randy or when he finally faces CM Punk. This is not anything like that, but it is fun. I'm okay with us doing this match. I think it's something that people are going to enjoy. I think it's something people are going to get something out of. I mean, look, I expect John to win, and I expect him to beat down R-Truth. And I think it could be quite brutal. And I think that it's going to be, hopefully, something which is going to get a bit more heat on John. I think we could really use this as a way of getting, a bit more heat on John just ahead of SummerSlam. Obviously, we're heading into this tag match, this rumored tag match that's going to be John, Logan, and Travis against Cody and the Usos. That's what was doing the round. So that's what we think is next. Having Travis involved will definitely get heat because people are still upset about WrestleMania. And then, hopefully that sets up something massive for SummerSlam. Once we're past SummerSlam, that's when I think we can start to think about turning him back face. But I don't think we'll do it straight away. I mean, he is talking about ruining wrestling. And I think we're going to run this real close to the end of the year. I think he's going to keep going with this belt and talking about ruining wrestling quite late in the year. It'll be good to get Cody back, though, wouldn't it? I'm looking forward to hearing what Cody's got to say following WrestleMania. Be very interesting to see what gets said. Josh said after Cena beats him, he should say, "Never meet your childhood heroes." He should say that. You should say that. Daze, do we ever wear any other colours than black, said LJ. Do you know, I've got lots of other shirts, like wrestling shirts, and I've got shirts that I've wore on the channel before, of course. But, spoiler, this is a green screen, right? Don't tell anyone. This is a green screen. And so what I find is that certain colours really mess with it. So, like, greens, obviously, are not possible. But yellows, blues are also really problematic. What I found, white, do you know what happens with white? If I wear white, it seems to, I don't know if it sucks all the light in or what it does, but, like, it messes up the light a little bit. So, like, white I found was a bit problematic. It sort of messed up things. I don't know why, if it's sucking in light or doing something. So I found white to be a bit of a problem, blue to be a problem, yellow to be a problem, green is a problem. I mean, I'm sure I could find some shirts other than black that would work fine, But to be honest, I was like, forget this. So I went to the shop. I went to Primark, which is like a real cheap clothing outlet place. I went there and I picked up a stack of black shirts that were like, I don't know, £5 each or whatever. I bought a stack of black shirts and I was like, that'll do. That'll flipping do. I ain't messing with this every day. So I just got fed up. A lot of the reasons why I do things is out of laziness. It's out of laziness and just like that'll do kind of mentality, So yeah, it's not that I'm like trying to create a brand or an image or anything like this. It is literally that I've got about 30 black t-shirts that just I recycle through. I do change it every day, I promise you. And so it's just so it doesn't mess with that. I think a lot of other streamers and a lot of other people tend to have like, I think the trend is to have like a nice background with neon signs, and do you know what I mean? Like, they don't need to really think about what they're wearing because there's no green screen for it to interrupt with. But I don't do that. I don't do that. I've got quite a nice background that I could use. But I like this one. I like where we are. Do you know what I mean? It makes me feel like life has actually gone better than it has. Do you know what I mean? It makes me feel like I could afford a place that has a lovely view like this, when in actual fact, I can't. So this background makes me feel better about myself. Yeah. So please do not take that away from me. Daze, can I ask, what's the rarest or most expensive figure that you've got? Do you know what? Genuinely, I think it's probably a pop vinyl. And I think it's about $500. Something around that ballpark. It was a Rey Mysterio pop vinyl that I bought. That's like a Comic-Con exclusive thing. And I didn't I think I paid about $100 for it. Because I was just collecting the early WWE pop vinyls. I wasn't really, thinking about it. I wasn't trying to grow a collection or, but I bought this one, and I don't know, a few years ago I looked to see, about getting some others, and I saw this one had shot up in value, and so it's gone to about 500 now. And I don't think any of Mattels have done that. But to be honest with you, I have not sat down and actually gone through and looked. So I don't know. I don't know where. Maybe I've got something that's more than that, but I don't really look into the values because I've never looked I'm not looked to sell. So I can only tell you off really what I've paid for things, and I've never gone crazy with like buying stuff. I think the most I might have spent on a figure was about $150, something like that, and it was the Comic-Con Shockmaster. And he's brilliant because you could only get him at Comic-Con, San Diego Comic-Con. And it's signed by Shockmaster, right? Fred Ottoman. And so he signed it. And it's in the box upside down. I think everyone remembers that famous moment where he bursts through the wall and falls over. Well, they've actually put him upside down in the box. And it's a great figure. It's a really fun figure. And it's really fun the way they've got it in the packaging and everything. So I bought that when it came out. And I think you probably could have got the figure for like 80 or something. But if you wanted it signed, it was more. And, I went for it. So I think there's a big video back in like 2016, 2017, where I kind of unveil it. I'm like, look what I've got. I've managed to get this. And I was really excited about it. And it's so different and quirky, but I don't think I've ever spent any more than that on a figure. I mean, I'm not someone that's ever got into like, how Zack Ryder's got prototypes and he's got like the rare Kamala and all this. I mean, spoiler, I've never had that kind of money. I used to work in retail. I mean, it ain't money bags sitting over here. So, I think when it comes to collecting figures, like, don't worry about stuff like that. Just build the collection that you're passionate about. Loads of people in our community just collect Bray figures and they love it. Or, they might collect female figures. They love women's wrestling. Or they might collect Attitude Era figures and they love that. And, just get the collection that you want, It's really for people that have got money to get stuck into like prototype stuff and all that kind of bits and bobs. But yeah, I've got a couple of bits that are in the hundreds, but they're rare. They're very rare. It's not, I just tended to toy hunt and just buy them for like £20, whatever. I'm so behind on these super chats. I'm a flipping disgrace. Lubna, shout out to you, my friends. Thank you. We've got 5 minutes here. Blue Thing said, Daze, you putting Cena in a microwave is the reason why I subscribed. 12-year-old me loved it. Blue Thing, shout out to you. I love that. That feels like at least something good came out of it. Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. I really appreciate that. I mean, like, back then, I just wanted to make content that was wrestling related and would be fun. And unfortunately, we've sort of moved away from that, as obviously now we do regular content and we're talking about wrestling. I mean, we still try to have fun, but we do it in the moment, you know. I mean, I just turn the camera on and off we go. So it's different in a way. It's not as it was, and I know that, but you know, things change, things evolve. We can still have fun on the channel. But yeah, I do miss those videos, but I don't miss that microwave one. Crypto Fanatic said, where can I watch the show in the UK? It's on YouTube, but it's set up right now. There's 33,000 people waiting on WWE's YouTube channel, and there is a countdown clock of 2 minutes 45. We're opening with the tag match. The tag match is kicking off the show. Cringe Wolf said, are we going to see a heel turn from Daze soon? A lot of people, Cringe Wolf, would say that I'm already heel, even though I'm so lovely to this community and I'm just constantly firing out compliments. You will actually find a few haters in the community that will tell you that I'm already heel, but that's not true because I'm actually delightful. So, Cringe Wolf, I'm pleased that you are seeing the real me, the real lovely me that's like an angel and just absolutely lovely. But you will find some people that will tell you otherwise. So, Cringe Wolf, shout out to you. You're my new favourite. Support Intern, shout out to you. And Tristan says, yeah. Tristan, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're excited. So lovely to see so many people around, actually. So there's a lot more buzz for this than I think we even had during Backlash, which is very strange. I don't really understand. Even that, is it because it's John Cena R-Truth? Like, I sort of feel like there's more buzz around for this. Oh my God, we might be starting. Guys, settle down. Calm down. Nita Nitro said, Daze, I heard you were talking shiz about... See, look at this. Look at this right here. You see? Nita Nitro thinks that she's heard something and she's going off on... Even though there's no evidence I've said anything nasty. People just want to believe that I'm nasty and they just go off on me. And this is what I have to deal with. Did you see? Isn't that funny timing? Isn't that funny? How we were just talking about how I'm lovely, and then here's a hater. A hater's here, guys. Nita Nitro. Hating on me. Said I fell asleep with... Huh? What? I heard you were talking shiz about me last night when I fell asleep with hand actions. You fell asleep with hand actions? What does that mean? I don't want to do the hand actions. What was you doing it and you was getting a bit bored, was you? You was doing hand actions and you fell asleep. Is that not dangerous? What if it goes off? Let's talk, big man. Well, I don't like that line. I don't know where this... I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't like that line after what we've just heard. Where's my dash? Well, you do need the dash, but to be honest, the Forgotten Ones sent their picture through, so I did that instead. Had the Forgotten Ones not sent their picture, you would have had your dash. So you will have your dash. I'll prioritise your dash, but I'm more interested in you falling asleep whilst doing hand actions. Yeah? And then saying, let's talk, big man. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know what you want me to do with this information. You're having a go at me for, like, suggesting things, but then you're the one writing comments like that. Yeah? I'm starting with the man in the mirror. Yeah, that's what you want to do. You want to have a look at the woman in the mirror. Hey, we're about to go over to the show. Let's stop talking about wanking. Wrestling Russ said, cheers, everyone. Wrestling Russ. Shout out to you, my friends. Nick the Train Guy sent in a Wrestling Daze membership. Nick, that's for you. And Dormouse said, I love you, Daze. Smash that like button, you boomers. Brooker, shout out to you, my friends. Brooker said, who do we think is the third member of Seth's faction? Well, it's a good question. The streets are saying that there actually isn't a third member that was planned. Certainly not in the early stages. So I don't know that there's like a great mystery that we need to like particularly solve. But I would love for it to be Sami. Here's Chelsea. She's handing out some American flags. There is Zelina. Zelina arriving. Stepping out of lifts. I love the music as well. There's R-Truth. Big cheer for R-Truth. Look at him dancing away. Let's go. Oh my God. Popping the shades on. Oh, and there's Logan. There's Logan. So yeah, Brooks, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, the street was, they're just going to run with these two for a while. Don't know for how long. But I quite like Sami getting involved. I don't mind them like trying someone else from NXT, like an Ethan Page. I don't mind an Austin Theory. I don't mind Becky as well. Here for little Jimmy. Brucker, who would you go with? Who would you like to see? Look at this old school ad. Old school TV, look at that. We never had remotes. This is a bit like Wyatt 6-ish, isn't it? Bum, bum, bum. Oh, mate, this is so my workout music, you know. I mean, I never work out, but if I did. Special. I want to be with me. My obsession. Ah, so good. I don't even know what this song is. I think it's an actual song, isn't it? Mate, I'd be at this show. If I lived in Tampa or Orlando, I'd be at this show. Let's go. Now bring Demolition out, you cowards. Bring Demolition out. Here come the Axe. Here come the Smasher. We're seeing inside the arena. There is Jesse. The Body. Jesse the Body. Let's go. Big cheer for Jesse. Oh, they had breakfast? Oh my God, I love that for them. The object of this is to get out of the ring, but that ain't gonna happen. These two are gonna want to stay in there. Oh, it's so good. I love Jesse. Jesse's the best, isn't he? He's the best. Right, Richard said, who do we think will end up beating Cena? For the, I hope it's Punk or Cody or Seth. I hope they push someone like LA or give it to Jacob. I wonder if they'll give it Cody, honestly. I think Cody is the quarterback. I think he is the person that they really believe is going to be the big star over the next few years. I think they've got Seth in that conversation as well. But I think Cody is that sort of big baby face. I mean, Roman is as big as he's ever going to get, really. I don't think you make Roman any bigger than he is right now. That bloodline story was monstrous. And I just don't know that you have Roman do that. I mean, Roman could be the one, but he's beat Cena before. I feel like that would be like history repeating itself. I think it's going to be Cody. I think John loves Cody. They used to travel together. They're good friends. I think that the deal was John cheats Cody at WrestleMania. We build up the heat on John. We try and get sympathy on Cody. Cody gets the win back later in the year. I think that's the play. Whether that plan changes, that'll be interesting. Okay, tag match opening the show. Bron Breakker coming down with Seth. Bron Breakker in a black singlet, and I think he looks really good in a black singlet. I think he looks really good. Great way to open the show, this, isn't it? Some good star power tonight, actually. Some good star power. Seth and Punk, Cena, Drew. Do you know what I mean? There's some big names on this show. Logan Paul. Joe, Adamo said, put this towards a place with a skyline, you boomer. Joe, thank you, my friend. It is going to go towards making this a reality, even though this is real. I'm actually lying. This isn't a green screen. I just said it because I hoped people would be sympathetic and donate. Joke's on you. This is actually real. But no, I appreciate it, my friend. I'll probably spend it on drugs. Right. Seth in the ring with Bron. Why isn't the steel cage the old blue one, said Prince Moolah. I don't know if they've got an old blue one anymore. They did turn the old blue one into the Punjabi prison. I legitimately don't know if they have an old blue one. I love how narrow the entranceway is. I love the old railings. I love it all. It's brilliant. This is the greatest show I've ever seen. Sami Zayn making his way down. Look how close everyone is. It was never this close in the past, you know. If you go back to the old shows, I mean, there's not really a reason to make it that narrow. I do like it's different. Connor, shout out to you. Why is this not on Netflix? Said somebody. Well, it's over on YouTube. So we're enjoying it on YouTube. There's an old school ref. Has he got the old dicky bow on, the old bow tie? I think so. I think they had it last time. Saturday night's main event isn't working for me, said Rob. Really? How come, buds? How come? CM Punk chants. How's it not working? It's working for me on YouTube. Anyone else having any problems? Here we go. Here's Punk. CM Punk making his way out. I'll tell you one thing I find with the YouTube channel when we do these shows. It's not the sharpest picture. I don't know why. I don't know. Perhaps I need to like tweak settings or something, but it's like 720p. Punk. Cult of personality. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. There we go. CM Punk. We haven't seen CM Punk. Last time you saw him wrestle, I think, was WrestleMania. Here we go. Getting in the ring, and we are, boom, underway. Let's go. Let's get rid of this poll because we'll be doing another poll. We got a Saturday night's main event logo in the middle of the ring, which, to be honest with you, I really don't need. Going for a clothesline. Bron Breakker to the outside. CM Punk jumps out the ring. CM Punk going round. He's got Seth on the outside. Seth gets back into the ring. Bell has sounded, and we are underway. Green shirt guy is in the front row. Paul Heyman is in the entranceway. And we have got Seth and Bron versus CM Punk and Sami Zayn. Let's get a poll, shall we? Who do you think's going to win? Who wins? Do you think it's going to be Seth and Bron? Or do you think it's going to be Sami and CM Punk? Who do you think's going to win? Oh! That looked better. That looked better, but Bron needs to get up, really. Bron jumping off the edge of the ring, delivering a clothesline, taking Sami over that table. Yeah, but he's got to get back up. Okay, yeah, forgot about this. We have a commercial break in progress sign. So it's literally Saturday night's main event logo, and then it just says commercial break in progress. Please stay tuned. So that's what we've got on the YouTube channel. That move is a weird one because it looks like it hurts Bron as much as it hurts his opponent. If Bron was to quickly get back up so it didn't look like it hurt him as much, that might look a bit better. But you keep finding that he stays down as long as his opponent. And you do think, why do that? There's so many other moves you could do that would hurt your opponent and not hurt you. Do those instead. Do those instead. Bron is a beast, said Ace. Daze, do we think Sami will turn tonight? I think there's a chance. I really would not hate if he joined up with that group and he turned. So I definitely think there's a chance, but I'm probably leaning towards no. We know how Triple H likes to tease things and slow burn things, and I wouldn't be shocked if Sami turns in 2027 and they just keep teasing it and kicking that can down the road a little bit. Ruck, shout out to you, my friend. Said, I'm new here. Oh my God. Welcome. Welcome. Our arms are wide open. We embrace everybody. Not in like a weird way. In a loving way. Not like in a Nitro way where, you know what I mean? Wandering hands. Nita Wandering Hands Nitro. But yes, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Is it back on? Not yet, my friends. I've still got this graphic. Jay said, wasting no time getting into the action and wasting no time getting into the commercials. Charlino said, what am I missing? We've got this match on at the moment. Bron and Seth versus Punk and Sami. So, but we're at commercial break. And there are going to be a lot of commercial breaks, to be honest. Nitro said, Daze, I swear. Honestly, listen. I'm willing to move on from your comment, but your comment is still your comment. William Hensey said, Daze, what if it's a work inside a work and Punk turns on Sami? Punk joins Seth and Bron. Punk joins Seth and Bron. I'd be surprised at that because I feel like Seth's the leader of this group, and if Punk joins, it's hard to see him taking orders from Seth, isn't it? That would be a hell of a swerve. But they might get in each other's way. You've got a couple of big personalities there, haven't you? I think if you're going to add a third person, it needs to be someone that is going to fall in line and listen to Seth. Sami would do that. Sami would listen to Seth. Ethan Page would do that. Austin Theory would do that. I don't know if Punk would do that. Bron Breakker in, and we are back in the ring. Let's go. William said, but it's interesting. It is interesting. You're interesting, William. Tag being made. In comes Seth. It's like the old days, but with adverts, said Danny D. Well, I think they had adverts in the old days. Over the top to the outsides. Going in. Tag. In comes CM Punk. Punk coming in. Clothesline. And again, back elbow. Nita, don't worry about it. Daze is just a beep. Do you know what? I deserve that from James. I give James a lot of grief. I take that. I take these on the chin. Just ask Austin. CM Punk has got Seth on his shoulders. Kick to the midsection. Going over. Whoa! Code red! 1, 2. Oh, code red from CM Punk. Look at Heyman holding on to his heart. Just look at this. Oh my God, he learned that from Roxanne Perez. It's a Roxanne Perez tribute. That wasn't a code red, it was a Pop Rocks. Going over. If I'm AJ Lee, I'm very concerned. Very concerned. Guys, he's basically just confirmed he's having an affair. He's basically just confirmed to the internet he's having an affair. He's going up. He's perched on the top. CM Punk. He's going to look to deliver the elbow. Connects on Seth. 1, 2. Ooh, that was close. That was close. Hey, listen, I think this show's on for 2 hours and we've had 17 minutes, so we ain't got long. A. Jobson said a Dude Wipes main event. Let's go. I wish every match was sponsored by Dude Wipes. Crowd are already chanting, this is awesome. It's very fast-paced. CM Punk coming over, going and... Oh, Bron Breakker jumps down. Seth in there, kick to the midsection. Double underhooks. Oh, pedigree! Turning Punk over. 1, 2. Sami Zayn makes the save. Sami Zayn makes the save. Good cheer. Good crowds. Love the referee in the old school attire. Love the red, white and blue ring ropes. Love the entranceway. Oh, it's just the greatest show ever. Bron Breakker to the outsides. Sami. What are you going to do, Sami? Moonsault. Springboards. Goes up. Oh, look at it. Look at that. Off the top rope. Moonsault into the outsides. Look at that. Do you know, you don't see it done in a seated way very often. Lovely. Love that. Love that for us. Love that for us. Guys, back to commercial break. Amazing. Richard said, what do we think? Who do we think beats Jey for the title? I think it'll probably be Seth. I don't think it'll be Logan. I'm not in much doubt. I think there'll be some close calls tonight, but I think Jey will retain. And then it'll be him against Gunther. And I think it'll be Seth. Seth will probably get the shot maybe at SummerSlam. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. That's where my head's at, but I could be wrong. I've been known to be wrong before. Mitchell said, nothing has moved behind you. Theories could be made, said Mitchell. Nothing has moved behind. There's nothing to move, is there? What I mean, do you know moving buildings, do you? Do you have those where you are, Mitchell? Moving buildings? Huh? What do you want to move? You can't see any people. I mean, you could maybe make an argument that it's, you know, dawn a lot. The sun's either going down or coming up all the time. I hear you on that one. But, you know what I mean? What do you want to move? I could try and get a bit of a graphic where a little bird goes past us, and that'd be lovely, wouldn't it? I did, actually, when we first started doing it. I had a plane once. I could probably look to do that again. Moving buildings? Well, I don't know, do I? Daze, you've disappeared on my PlayStation. Have I? Oh my God, I might be lost in the console. I might be like Wreck-It Ralph, actually battling inside some of the games. Ajadkar said, Daze, WWE should bring back Goldberg soon, and WWE should plan Goldberg Gunther. Well, the streets are saying that Goldberg's going to be actually at the next Saturday night's main event in July. So WWE might have heard you there. Tony K said, I know you're not interested, but Mr. Khan has planned a card of epic proportion for tomorrow's Double or Nothing. As we'll see a card of epic proportions, I hope to see you there, King. Tony K, shout out to you, buds. Well, it's Battleground, innit? I'm Battlegrounding. I'm NXT Battlegrounding. As we watch the slightly confusing matchup of Trick Williams versus Joe Hendry. But also Obafemi against Miles Bourne. And Stephanie against Jordan Grace. NXT have put on a pretty good card as well, you know. Pretty good card. But, yeah, plenty of wrestling for everyone to enjoy. Even you AEW freaks or whatever you call yourselves. You AEW nerds or whatever it is. Sickos. I hope you have fun. Nightmare said, I'm just trying to match possible sponsors to moves. Please don't give them ideas. Please don't give them ideas. We do not need the flipping Annihilator brought to you by Wendy's. Brought to you by Dude Wipes. The Annihilator. Brought the Stink Face, sponsored by Dude Wipes. Oh my God. Actually, do it. You've changed my mind. You've changed my mind. I think it's a great idea. Against the ropes. Going for the stomp. No joy. Oh, clothesline there by Punk. Seth goes down. So, Seth and Punk in the ring. No sign of Bron. No sign of Sami. Has American TV always had commercials every few minutes? They do have a lot of commercials. Yes. I feel they get them more than we get them here in the UK. Tag being made. Sami coming in. But I tell you what, though, it does mean that I'm like, okay, I know I'm only going to get like 5 minutes of action till the next commercial. So I'm like, I need to enjoy it. Bang! Look at that DDT. DDT to Bron Breakker. Sami. Sami over in the corner. The haluva is being lined up, but Seth grabs the leg of Sami. CM Punk over the top. Comes down. Breaker, Exploder in the corner. Oh, here we go. Go on, Sami. Go on, Sami. Make a name for yourself. Go on, Sami. Here we go. Hello. Oh. Heyman. 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 Heyman grabbing Sami's leg. In the crowd, Bronson. Is that Bronson? Is that Bronson? Is that big Bronson Reed? Is he back? Is that big Bronson Reed back? He's just took out CM Punk. Spear! So, is he going to be the third man? 2, 3. Big Bronson Reed. Big Bronson Reed. We haven't seen him since Survivor Series. No way is he meant to be back now. No rumours or word about him returning. Mate, if he's the third man in that group. Or is he just helping? Or was he just in the neighbourhood? Or what's going on? Mate, he's getting in the ring. Is he going to be the third man? If he's the third man, this is crazy. Bron Breakker's putting the straps down. I think the swerve is that they're going to be on the same page. They're going to embrace like two lovers. Oh, look at this. Seth goes over, gives big Bronson Reed a hug. There's a smile on his face. Wow. 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 There we go. Bron's smiling. Bronson's got his hand out. Wow. Punk's trying to get... Oh! Well, the question I've still got is he the third man or is he just helping? That's what I was listening out for. I still don't quite have an answer, but there's a bigger problem at the moment. A tsunami is on the way! Tsunami! Wow. Hey, are we going to do a Bronson Reed CM Punk sort of story? Are they together? Bronson did tease a comeback, said TJF. Bronson murdering Punk, said Zoom Station. This is a faction, brother. Hey, Ellis Dub, how do you feel about it? This is your opportunity, Ellis Dub. This is your opportunity. Look, Ellis Dub, I've thrown you the ball here. Ellis Dub, how do you feel about Big Bronson Reed being in the faction, buds? Go on, Ellis Dub, go on. Go on, mate. Ellis, go on. Okay, we're backstage with Chelsea. It looks like Chelsea's going to be next. So that's a scary team. Oh, my God, said Willow Production. Ellis Dub loves it! Oh, my God. Oh my, look at that! Wow. People are losing their minds, they can't believe it. Jesus. Another one. That's amazing. Shout out to you, Ellis Dub. Okay, let's get the review, shall we? As Chelsea makes her way to the ring. Chelsea, is she losing her voice a little bit? I'm a hot mess. Whoa. Okay. How did Cardona pull that? Said 092. He did very well. Very, very well. He might be a nerd that plays with action figures. Nerd. But he did very well with getting a real life action figure. Chelsea Green. Oh, she's coming out with the Herbis. We would call it Seth and his bodyguards. Matt Cardona is one lucky SOB, said Kader. Chelsea is so funny, said Reels of Earth. I know. And historically, women aren't funny. So it's extra impressive. Okay, we are going over to our next match. Hello, I've actually got an advert this time. And it is an advert for WWE Shop. Big Bronson Reed joins Seth Rollins and Bron Breakker. Did not call that. Metal Mama said, can you just repeat what you just said? Yeah, I said Big Bronson Reed joins Seth Rollins and Bron Breakker. I did not predict that. You're welcome, mate. Vikings Wolf said, I miss Lillian Garcia as an announcer. She's way better than that. The Friday night. Oh, way better than the Friday night. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that new guy, to be honest. I think people like him because he's kind of known, and I think he's like, I could see him being quite good in an arena hyping up a crowd, but he just doesn't have like a special tone of voice. It's not deep and rich, and do you know what I mean? I think to be an announcer, it helps if you've got like a bit of gravitas to your voice, you know, one of the buffers or the think. I find that he is just a guy that's shouting. He's a guy that's like trying to force it because he doesn't naturally have it. So, yeah, not one that I'm not crazy about either, to be honest. But I'm sure he's a lovely person, and I'm sure that he has a great garden. I don't know. I was trying to find a compliment. NYC said most definitely Roman will be joining Punk and Sami in a 6-man tag. Maybe SummerSlam, said NYC. Andrew said, what a group, what a faction, better than the Shield. Whoa, hang on, mate. Settle down. We've gone from 0 to 100 there. This new group's better than the Shield. Better than the Shield. Who's beating them? Not even Solo, JC or Jacob, said Andrew. I bet the Shield beat them. I bet the Shield beat them. I think, listen, we've all had a drink. Yeah, we've all had a drink. We've all said a few things. And it's a good faction, but better than the Shields. 1 hour, 28 minutes left. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? It's going by so quick, but we ate so good, didn't we just? Hannah said, Daze, 3 more predictions for this year. The Bloodline story gets rejuvenated to new heights. AEW Double or Nothing gets voted the worst wrestling show. And Tommy Toy Travels reveals that there's a 3rd man in the wrestling escape pods. Oh. Wrestle with Andy said, we need a name for this faction. Dude wipes. Go on, then. What would you call them? Yes, you're right, Wrestled Andy. Very good. What would you call them? What would you call this new faction? Flipping scary. These adverts are a joke, says Matty. I don't even have them. I've just got a graphic, which, to be honest, I'm quite happy with. Saturday night's advertisement, says Willow Production. Rollins. Big head Zelina. What, are you back? I'm not back. Are you back? I'm in ball. I'm in ball. Say money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Let's go. We will be live tomorrow for Battleground, and we will be back on Monday, back on Tuesday, back on Wednesday. There's no escaping us. And we will be back for Money in the Bank as well. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Tampa, Florida. Looks lovely, doesn't it? I've been there. Da-na-na-na-na-na. There's a massive bridge around that area now. Huge. And we went on it, and I didn't even know my dad is scared of, like, bridges over water. He's all right with little things, but this thing was like flipping. You going up to the heavens? Noah said, what's your favourite gimmick match? That's a really good question, that is. Historically, it was always a ladder match when it was like a one-on-one ladder match. But I've seen so many ladder matches now, it's probably not true. Don't see as many steel cage matches, so they're pretty firm. I think now it's honestly probably stuff you just don't see. I mean, if there was to be like an ambulance match, I'd probably take that. But I would like something different again. I agree with the chat earlier. Let's do like 3 cages on top of each other, you know? Let's do a new match type. I always thought getting rid of the ring and just having the ringside area with the barricades and like just the mats on the floor and doing something with that. Like, what could you do if you got rid of the ring and just had that as like a big battle area? What could you do with it? I don't know. Would you put weapons around? Like, would you flood it with wrestlers? Like, would it be an elimination thing? Would you just have, like, carnage? Imagine if you got rid of the ring and you just had, like, 50 wrestlers like trying to submit each other. Perhaps it's like no pins, just submissions, and it's like an elimination thing. I don't know. I think you could do something with it. Whether it's that, I don't know. But here's Zelina with her awful music. It's not very good. I don't like it. She likes it, but I don't like it. Daze, the only thing worse than a commercial break is the commercial break of Travis Scott singing. Oh. I've not had that. Chelsea, boom, straight out the gates. And we are underway with Zelina Chelsea. This match cannot have long. This match cannot have long. Going over the other side, nice reversal. Hard into the corner. Yeah, referee checking on her, making sure that she's still with us. She just went hard into the corner. Big boot there by Chelsea. Roll up. 2. No joy. Picking her up. She's got her up in the air. She's back down on her feet. Shot coming in, against the ropes. Zelina round the houses. Takes Chelsea down. Was good. That was good. So over by the ropes, Zelina looking for a 619, but no joy. I remember the fabulous Moolah, an old lady that wrestled. Yeah, she was like a 20-odd year NWA champion. Back in the ring, there was a powerbomb on the outside there by Chelsea. Going for the cover. 1, 2. And shoulder up there by Zelina. Shoulder up by Zelina. Right now, she's got Zelina smashing her face first into the ring. Right, let's go over into the chat. So it didn't turn out to be Sami. It was Big Bronson Reed. Never saw that coming. Against the ropes. Chelsea planting Zelina face first. 1, 2. No joy. Vikings Wolf said Seth can now become unstoppable with 2 monster powerhouses by his side. Jey is in serious trouble, said Vikings Wolf. Knee in the back, the arms being pulled back. Zelina in a little bit of trouble here. A little bit of bother. As she's getting back up to her feet. Boom, down she goes. Chelsea going over. Chin lock being applied. Chelsea in control. So Jesse is going to be going on to commentary apparently as the crowd are trying to get behind Zelina. Zelina trying to get back up to her feet. Shot coming into the midsection and again. Driving Chelsea back. Getting out of that hold. Big boot there by Chelsea. Big boot. Going over. Grabbing Zelina. Kicks coming in. Do you know, this has been quite fun, honestly. That first match was fun. Bronson Reed coming back has been fun. This match so far has been fun. Chelsea. Oh, misses. Went for a splat kick coming in there by Zelina. Chelsea goes down. Zelina is going back over to the corner. So Chelsea is still down at the moment. Zelina trying to get back into it. The crowd are behind Zelina. Coming in, clothesline. Chelsea goes down and again. Knee, gets caught, back elbow. That was great. Picks her up, plants her down. I mean, Zelina doing well here, honestly. Zelina doing well. Chelsea, though, bumping like a trooper, making Zelina look great. Double knees there by Zelina. Zelina going over the other side. Chelsea trying to get back up to her feet. Zelina. No joy. Chelsea out the way. Goes for a clothesline. Goes down. Wow. The unpretty hurt is coming. Unpretty hurt. No. Backstabber. Backstabber by Zelina. She's looking to put this away. 619 connects. Oh, she got a little caught there. She got a little caught. She kind of went round and didn't. That's a little bit of a shame. She got something. Piper interrupting. Chelsea coming over. Yeah, there'll be people will be replaying that as a bit of a botch. Oh my God. She's going to go for the code red up there, is she? Everyone's doing code reds these days. Going up, she's trying to get it, and she does! She gets it! Oh my God, blood! There's blood! Chelsea's nose is busted. Zelina gets the 3. So there was a little bit of a botch on the 619, and Chelsea was kind of grabbing her nose. Yeah, look at the blood! Look at the blood! Blood pouring down the nose of Chelsea Green. And Zelina retains the championship. Bang, it's not from that. You can see she already had busted her nose. It was from a 619. Wow. So Zelina... oh, look at it. She is busted open. I wonder... I wonder if she's like broken nose or something. What's coming up next? Cena. R-Truth. Oh my God. This show's crazy. This show's crazy. Jamie said, I'm so happy to see Bronson back. He's got to be the third man. Can you imagine Bronson and Bron tag team champions with Heyman in the corner? Bronson and Bron as tag team champs. I'm here for that. I hear you. Guys, Cardi B is hosting SummerSlam. And there's people out there that are complaining. Can you believe it? Thankfully, me and LSW love it. Because we're like super positive WWE fans. So we absolutely love it. But there's some out there that are down on it. We're going to turn up, Cardi. We're going to turn up. Meow. Yes. Right, let's get the poll result for that first match. First match, the tag match. 4, 13, 47, and what was good? 34. So that is 60% great. So let's get a poll for the second match. Matt Pete said she sucks. I have heard that. I think I've seen the video as well. Match score for the second match. Great, good, bad, boom. Where was the positivity during Mania? Oh, yeah, but the problem was Mania sucked. The problem was this is like a good show, and WrestleMania was what we call in the industry a bad show. So, but it is true. Where was this positivity then? You're right. You're asking the right questions. You're asking the right questions. I blame myself for WrestleMania being at flat. I think if I had just been a bit more positive, I think... Do you know what I mean? I think no one would have noticed. I think The Rock not being around would have just been an afterthought. So, you are correct. Oh, you absolute clown. You absolute clown. Daze, I think she wanted you to say that again. That thing that you said about women not being funny. I didn't say women weren't funny. I think women are brilliant. I love everything about them. I love their boobs and the other bits. I won't have anything said against women, mate. That must have been some interruption from a different streamer. Be positive. I'm people are having a go at me, and I'm loving this show. I'm having a great time. I feel sorry for Chelsea, says Audie. So do I, because I love women. Wrestle Lambs said, Daze, I'm going to go for a 5-minute nap during these ad breaks. Yeah. Just have a little shut eye and then come back again. I agree. It is a lot of commercials, isn't it? Flipping lot of commercials. Ellis Stubbs said, I thought they had closed with Cody's return after Cena and Truth, but I guess not. I'm sure Jay Logan will have a main event banger. It's 1 step forward and 2 step backwards with LSW, isn't it? Hey, it was too much to ask, wasn't it, that we could keep that momentum going. Daze, that is quality, says memes for the boy. Memes for the boys, hey? Memes for the boys, for the lads. Shout out to you. Heel fan said, just be a fan. Okay, yeah. Guys, stop being critics. Stop being critics. What's going on? Oh my God, what's happening? Oh, it was only Fanatics Fest. Michael Cole was like, just announced John Cena, Tiffany Stratton. Like, what's going on? What's been announced? It's Fanatics Fest. Ugh. I got all excited. Mark, shout out to you, said Zelina makes your eyes roll and not in a good way. Oh, not a fan. Not a fan, Mark. Well, her match is over now, so you don't need to worry about it. We paid good money to be critics, said Carla. Yeah, that's right, actually. Jesus, the amount tickets cost. Should be allowed to say anything we want to say. Jimmy Hearts! We weren't booing you, Jimmy, when you... No! Oh, my God! They've got Luke! Is Luke there? Ah! They've got Luke! Oh, way! Go on, Luke! Ah! Go licking the kids! Go and lick the kids, Luke! Ah! Oh my God, let's go. There's no Butch because he's dead. Vikingo against Chad Gable has been announced for Worlds Collide. It's weird, isn't it, how there's like literally no build to these matches whatsoever. It's just, we're going to put this guy against this guy. Vikingo against Chad Gable. Wow, they're showing us some footage of Vikingo. Yeah, he is one of the most exciting talents. And there he is, look. Butch, go lick him. Go lick him, Butch. Give him a proper welcome. Way. Hello, Vikingo. Oh. Vikingo in the crowds? Vikingo versus Chads? Matt Pete said, I'm going to go to Worlds Collide. Oh, just have a great time. Have a great time. Bushwhackers were my favourite team, said Noctivix. They're everyone's favourite team. They're the best team. I love the Bushwhackers. Their shtick has not aged very well, in all fairness. I don't know that you can go up to random kids and lick their faces anymore. But back in the 90s you could. James still does it, actually. It's just, he's not part of a show. He just does it down the local high street. It's Luke, not Butch. Yeah, Butch passed away. Oh, did I say Butch? I had Butch on the brain. Let's go Cena, said Ngozi. Nightmare said, I'm glad I'm not longer in an abusive relationship with John Cena. James said, Daze, Team Seth versus Team Punk. War Games. War Games. My dad went to an event and he got a high five from Butch. Oh, that's disappointing. That's disappointing. You want your face licked or or don't bother. Do you know what I mean? If I saw the Bushwhackers, I'd be like that. I'd be like that. Anything less, and I'd be disappointed. Carla said, is that a hidden Oh, no, he doesn't hide it, Carla. He doesn't hide it. Wrestle Lambs said, Daze, R-Truth knows what's up. Oh, yeah, this is going to be a big match. Isn't it? Cena's going to win. John Cena next. James said, whoa, let's not effing start that weird rumour. Do you remember earlier, James, when you called me the S word? Do you remember that, James? Receipts were always coming. Right, John Cena versus R-Truth. Ain't no way Truth wins, said Lucha Lala. Can we get a Cody return in the middle of Saturday night's main event, said Ngozi. We can do anything, mate. We're WWE, we can do anything. Yeah. We were licking kids' faces in the 90s. We could do anything. Right, I think we're going back to another commercial. That's right, Carlos. We're blooming addicted to them. They're the best. Another ad. Bro, WTF, says Coney. Zoom said licking is okay in here. Yeah, we're a pro-licking community. Truth needs a WWE title, said Jennifer. Mayor Pete said, Daze, can I make you a custom shirt that said I got licked by the Bushwhackers as a kid? Well, I didn't. It would be a lie. I wish I had. It's my lifelong dream. My dream is to have gone to a WWE show, been licked by the Bushwhackers, and then immediately after they got in the ring, have Demolition come down in their bondage gear, and actually got to see two elderly men dressed up in like full-blown, sexy S&M attire, whilst my face is still dripping wet from Bushwhacker saliva. I mean, that's my dream match. That's my dream. But unfortunately, that is a dream that's never been a reality. And with Butch passing away, I don't think it ever will. This is the closest that I've come to that dream being a reality, is actually seeing Luke is back and keeping my fingers crossed we get Demolition at some point tonight. Oh, imagine if they're there in the crowd. Oh my God, in their bondage gear and the nipples are out. Jesus Christ. I think, didn't someone tell me Axe is like 77? Hello, ladies. The big Axe Boski. Listen, and they say there's nothing on this show for the girls. Jog on. You've had Luke, yeah? And you might be getting bondage Demolition. They'll have no more complaining from you. That would get 50 million viewers. It would. You're absolutely right. But for some reason, WWE is scared of views. It's scared of views and it's scared of making money. Otherwise, they'd book that match now. The next Saturday night's main event would be Luke, and we would have to find a Butch replacement. Perhaps we get Pete Dunne and pop him in Bushwhackers attire. And we do the match with Demolition. Mr. Who said, I thought that was JC who appeared. Yeah, well, I can see that. They do look very similar. I can understand why you would have thought that. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I just don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what's happening. Where's the show gone? I feel like this commercial break has been the longest out of all of them. We've only done 2 matches and we're almost an hour in. That means we've got to fit 3 matches into the next hour. Worlds Collide and Money in the Bank are on the same day, says Nicole. Let's go. It's going to be a busy one, but it's going to be a good one. We do that, don't we, for Stand and Deliver and WrestleMania, so that's nothing. That's a walk in the park for us. Ajax said Hogan's going to come out to help destroy R-Truth and the crowd will evaporate. Well, honestly, if there's any crowd that's going to be a pro-Hogan crowd, it's going to be the Tampa crowd. I wouldn't test it, but if there's any crowd that's going to be the most pro-Hogan, it's going to be these guys. Great American Bash. Hello. Saturday night's main events. Evolution announced! Evolution announced! They've announced it! Evolution is back and confirmed! What's going on? This is better than WrestleMania! Dude, I'm going to tweet that out right now. I'm tweeting that out. Dude, what's going on? This is better than WrestleMania. That's a big announcement. They've announced that Evolution's coming back. They've announced Chad Gable against Vikingo. We got to see our childhood hero, Bushwhacker Luke. Bronson Reed returned. Both matches we've had so far have been fun. Do you know what I mean? And now we've got John Cena. What's going on? I mean, yeah, the ad breaks are annoying, but... Here we go. Big match, John. Daze, what do we think will main event Evolution? What will main event? It was like a Becky Charlotte situation before, wasn't it? So I don't know what you think. EO is the hot thing at the moment. So do you do EO? Oh, imagine EO Asuka. Imagine EO Asuka. Could be EO Jude. No, different brands. EO Asuka would be nice. Oh. But would you do that? Yes, John. Rhea EO says the bloke. Yeah, that probably makes more sense. Rhea is bigger than Asuka. She is. She is. I'm sorry, she is. Here's the big match, John. The undisputed WWE champion. He's walked his way out. Yeah, so Michael Cole said when the music hits, the crowd get to their feet. But when he comes out, they start booing. Gracing Tampa for the final time. John Cena. For the final time. Here we go then. Big match, John. Oh my God! They've done it! They've got R-Truth coming out to John Cena's music! No way! Oh my God! He's got his Ron Cena shirt! Oh my God! This is better than WrestleMania! This is better than WrestleMania! Look! Oh my God! He's got his... Oh my God, it's brilliant! The last time is now. He's got his Ron Cena shirt. And he's coming out to John's music. It's time to go to work. He talks to the camera and he's running. Oh my God, he's doing everything. He's running down. He gets in the ring. Just like his childhood hero. Ah! Come on. Come on. And John doesn't care. John is not moved. John doesn't give a flip, mate. The cap. Oh, God. Is he going to take the shirt off and do the little twist? The hand gesture. Oh, my God. He's got the whole shtick. Oh. Cena sucks. Cena sucks. He would have took that. She would have done that. Oh. Cena sucks. Boo! Oh, God. Cena's worse than, like, female comedians. Cena sucks. That was great, though, wasn't it? What a brilliant entrance. Okay, we've got R-Truth going over the other side into Turnbuckle. He goes down. Oh, hello. What's that? What's he picking up? Oh, earrings. Earrings. Cena's going to kill him now, said Trippy Gary. That shirt is golden, said A. Jobson. Carla said, Daze, I'm going to get you. Sorry, mate. I think there's a bit of interference again. Shoulder tackle. Down goes R-Truth. I tell you what, the crowd are invested. The crowd are making noise. I don't think this match is going to get a great deal of time. This, I think it's going to be a bit of a showcase, this, for Big Match John. Swing and a miss there by R-Truth. Ball planted. Cena with his arm in the air. You can't see me. Bang. Yeah, this is one-way traffic at the moment. One-way traffic, no. R-Truth against the ropes. Oh, lovely. Over the other side. Bang. Cena down again. Swing and a miss. He's got Cena. Oh, here we go. Here we go. 5-knuckle shuffle by R-Truth. You can't see me. R-Truth gets the ropes. Whoop. Gets it. Oh, my God. Into the AA. Into the AA! Oh, he's adjusting his attitude! Ah, kick out. Whoo! Whoo! Mates! Almost gave birth. Oh, and now he's applying the STF. STF is in. John Cena over by the ropes. Referee coming over, having a words. Whoo! Honestly. What a show. So much fun. Let's go, Truth. This crowd are united behind R-Truth. Cena hurling R-Truth into the ring posts. He's got Truth back into the ring. He's grabbing that championship. Cena on the outsides. R-Truth is down. Cena in the ring. He wants to nail R-Truth with this championship. Referee saying, don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, Cena doesn't do it. R-Truth looks at him. What's Cena doing? Cena's looking at R-Truth and he didn't hit him with the belt. Are they... I feel like they're really milking a face turn. He gives the belt back to the referee. Cena does not use that belt. Low blow! Low blow! Ah, low blow! Bang! AA, 1, 2, 3. Cena beats R-Truth. There was a moment there where he didn't cheat. And they were trying to tease that everything was like potentially gonna go back to normal. He was gonna go back to being a face. It wasn't to be. A low blow. Oh, hello. He's gonna beat him down. He's gonna beat him down. He's gonna nail him with the belt. Bang! And he does! And he gets out the ring. I thought he was gonna go further than that. I wonder if there's no Cody there. Part of me wondered if he was going to like beat R-Truth after the match and then Cody would make the save, but he's nailed him with the belt. He holds the title up in the entranceway. And I'll be very interested to see what R-Truth has got to say after this match. He was not able to get John back to the John Cena that was his childhood hero. What are they chanting? I think they're chanting maybe F-U Cena. Mate, this has been such a fun show. Steel cage, is that match next? This has been so much fun. Right, let's go here. That was good. No Cody. What was that? Said LS Dub. R-Truth is our hero, says Carla. He's the people's champion. Okay. Let's go. These matches are like 5 minutes minus the commercials. Well, that last one was. But I think at least one of these matches was going to have to be short. Because we've only got 50 minutes left and we've got to get another 2 matches done, haven't we? Tony said, did you say female comedians are horrible? No, that was really unfortunate. There was a clip that was playing on Twitter. And I think the audio got picked up. So, yeah, no, you might have heard that, but that was coming from it was like this really horrible sexist channel on X, which unfortunately sometimes their videos pop up on my feed. I don't follow them. I'm actually appalled by them. So that's that. That explains that. I like that match way more than I like Cody Cena, said Hash. Connor said, do you see any of these reunions coming soon? Alexa and Nikki, yes. Randy and Cody, maybe. Trick and Carmelo, not soon. Io and Kyrie, again, not soon. But yeah, these are all things we can go back to if we need to. It's just if the story requires it, isn't it? There's not really a reason why we couldn't do them if we need to do them. I am literally going to go to Logan's house and trash it, said Suzanne. Suzanne, thank you for your service. Mark said, why even have a main event when they're just rushing it? Just put the match here on Raw, SmackDown, or a pay-per-view. Blake said, can we have a poll for the chance of being busted open? We can definitely do that. We can do anything. But I do need the John Cena R-Truth thoughts. Bang, 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 bang. Da, 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 da. Ba, ba, da, ba. Fun. Really fun. A lot of fun was had by all. Right, let's end this poll. If you haven't voted, you took too long. That's on you. So, 37, 32. We are at commercial break. 18 and 11. How long we got left? 50 minutes! Oh, that's a shame. That came out as good 89. That's a shame. And the Zelina match actually came out as good 84. Ooh, people actually are not enjoying these matches as much as I thought they were. I should have been looking at the responses. I'm not doing a very good job of reading the room. Will someone get busted open? Yes or no? Boom. Done. Beside the commercials and the mega botch, it's been a pretty entertaining night. Far better than SmackDown last night, said Wrestling Russ. Who won the John Cena fight, said Cody. It was John Cena. If I remember, the spray paint that you spray on bald spots is hideous stuff, says A. Jobson. Okay. Ashton said, put in Cena in the mid-card is smart. Shorter matches, better work than recent matches, said Ashton. That's true. Get in, do a few things, bish, bash, bosh, nice little pace to it. Nice little finish as well. You know, where he was going to hit him with the belt, but he gives the belt to the ref. Everyone's cheering whilst the ref turns his back, low blow. It's just cheeky little... I ain't got no issue with it, honestly. Is it a match that set the world on fire? No, but add in R-Truth's entrance. Add in the fact that it was short, fun, fast-paced. R-Truth doing a 5-knuckle shuffle and an AA. The finish was fine. Yeah, great. Great. I hated that match, said EJ. Yeah, I wasn't a fan either, honestly. I didn't rate it. EJ, I agree. SmackDown was a pretty good show last night, said Shy's Garage. This whole week has been fun, said Cringe Wolf. Matches are okay, but they're nothing special that we don't see on Raw or SmackDown, says Joe. Well, that's true, but the only thing I'd say is this is a TV special. So I think coming into it with like really high PLE kind of expectations means that you are probably going to be disappointed. This is a TV special, so these matches are TV, Raw, SmackDown main event quality type stuff, you know. Maybe not Chelsea, Zelina, but I think that was just to get some like women on the show because we hadn't booked any, we'd forgotten. So we've put them on. But yeah, I mean, you know, could Bron and Seth against Punk and Sami, could that have been a main event? Yes. Certainly with Bronson coming back, that could have main evented a Raw or a SmackDown. Could John Cena against R-Truth have main evented a Raw or a SmackDown? Yes. Could the cage match main event a Raw or a SmackDown? Yes. Could Jey against Logan main event a Raw or a SmackDown? Oh, the two champs! I think this is a match we're going to get at... Here we go. Look at this. Yes, that's true. He did. Funny. Oh, right, they're teasing that. I think these two will face at Crown Jewel. A YouTuber. Sounds like that might almost ruin wrestling. So Cena said he's going to watch closely, and he's very excited at the idea of wrestling being ruined thanks to Logan, a YouTuber, winning. Is that Lalani Kai? Ah, yeah, Queen! Queen! Tatanka! Heard that he was there. He's there with his kids. Go on, Tatanka. Show me demolition now, you cowards. Show me demolition. Lalani Kai, Tatanka. We saw Bushwhacker Luke earlier. And Jimmy Hart. Yeah, look at this. Tampa back in 86. Oh, God, this show's so good. We don't see this kind of footage. There's Jesse in there with, that's Uncle Elmer, isn't it? Piper as well, Hillbilly Jim. An old Saturday night's main event from 86. So good. So good. I wanted to be. I need this song in my life. I'm my obsession with my obsession. Daze really not liking the John Cena heel turn, said Nico. It'll be okay if the matches were good, but bring back Cody. Cage match. Oh my God, Jesse, stop talking over. Why was Jesse talking over the announcer? He knows not to do that. I'm actually undefeated at WrestleMania, doesn't he? Right, here's Drew. Drew McIntyre. Drew versus Damian inside a steel cage. John Cena loves the idea of a YouTuber being champ because it would ruin wrestling. That's actually funny. I don't disagree with him. I think wrestling would be ruined. Do you know what? I don't think if John leaves with the belt, wrestling is ruined. Because we'll make a new belt, right? It's fine. He will have to forfeit it. He might not actually give it up, but the record books will say that he forfeited. And we've done that before due to injury and whatever, so it really doesn't make any difference. This whole ruining wrestling thing is silly in my mind. But if we put a world title on a YouTuber... well, let's just say wrestling will have had better days, shall we? It might not be ruined, but it will have had better days. Dun, dun, dun. Drew lost Hell in a Cell, not in a steel cage, said Willow. Cena is going to help Logan beat Jey, says Billy. Yeah, I like that from Jesse. Jesse's like, I don't think either of these guys give a damn about escaping. Let's go. Cena coming out to help Logan, but Cody returns to help Jey. Mate, we could get anything on this show because it's brilliant. Anything could flip and happen here. All rise. Damian Priest then making his way out. This is our co-main event. We've got 40 minutes to go. I wonder, and I've not thought about this, but I wonder if Raw and SmackDown have been a little bit flat because a lot of the big matches are paying off. Oh my God, what's that? Look at that. Are paying off on like Saturday night's main event. I mean, legitimately, this could be a main event for Raw or SmackDown. So could Jey Logan. So could the first match. So could Cena R-Truth. But instead, we're doing it here. So that means that we're taking these matches away from Raw and away from SmackDown. And I wonder if that's just affected the quality of those shows. Bisexual Undertaker, says Wesley. They should have put dude wipes on the mat, said Porky Pig. Trippy said if they do put the belt on Logan, you should live stream bowls or swimming until they take it back off of him. Those are going to be dark days. I think they will put the belt on him, a world title on him at some point. I don't think that is tonight. All I'm saying is that WCW died with a celebrity champion, said Jennifer. Listen, you're preaching to the converted. Bang! Into the barricade goes Damian. Damian being thrown back into the ring. Who else fights tonight, says him. Just Jey, Logan after this. That's it then. Just Jey, Logan next. Daze, if we get to see Jey Uso, John Cena happen at SummerSlam, who do we think wins? Well, I mean, Jey could win, but I don't think he would win the title. I think Cena is going to survive SummerSlam, whoever he faces, be it be it CM Punk, be it Jey. I think Cena is going to get past SummerSlam with the belt. I think this story about Cena ruining wrestling, they're really fixated on that. Chop coming in there by Drew. Gets caught. Boom. Planted. Flatliner there as we've got Damian trying to get up to his feet. We got Drew trying to get up to his as well. Big boot coming in. Another big shot there by Damian. Damian has got Drew. Drew back against the ropes. Drew. Kick coming in there by Damian. Damian in control. He's grabbing Drew, looking back elbow. And again. Drew grabbing the eyes of Damian. Damian going back in the corner. Big boot there by Damian. Drew going over the other side. Damian charging in. Oof, into the corner. Over the other side. Bang! Into the edge of the ring. Let's go. I've got Drew McIntyre winning this steel cage match, said Connor. He's got him up. Bang! Lawn darted into the side of the cage. I actually feel like it's been a little while since I've had a commercial break, you know. I don't feel like I've had a commercial break that recently. I don't know. Perhaps we did and we were just chatting away. I'm not sure. Oh, mate, we've had Evolution announced. We've had some Worlds Collide stuff. We've had Ron Cena. Oh, here comes the chat complaining, said EBK. I hate these commercial breaks, says Connor. Aya said, yay, commercial. Let's go. An ad on the most interesting wrestling match. Oh, you're going to get them all throughout the show, aren't you? There's no avoiding them. There's no avoiding them. Embrace them. Bring them to your teat. Allow them to suckle. It's okay. It's okay. Not enough commercials, says Mayor Pete. There we go. There we go. We want dude wipes. We want dude wipe. Maybe we should just embrace all the bad stuff to do with wrestling. Imagine how happy we would be if we were like cheering for the commercial. Sponsors, sponsors, sponsors. Defcon said, will Mattel make AAA figures? I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know that there'd be a demand for them. I mean, maybe if those characters get over. Maybe if we see some people on a regular basis. You could maybe get away with doing a basic of, like, Vikingo. But, I don't know. If you make a figure of Psycho Clown, are people going to buy it? Don't know. Depends how often we see them. But they make figures of NXT, don't they? Papa Johns, Papa Johns, Papa Johns, let's go. Let's go. Nathan said, I want Arby's. Hey, that Arby's looked great the other day. That Arby's looked great. So I was not down on Arby's. When are we going to see Goldberg return? I'm not sure when he returns, but word is he retires on the next Saturday night's main event. Days, either Sami wins Money in the Bank or the Rumble, and Punk to win. The one Sami doesn't win, said Taker 1990. I love Arby's, said Cringeroll. We don't have it over here, but I've heard they've got all the meats. Brother said, I met Psycho Clown back in 2023. Nice dudes. I honestly don't know anything about him, other than he is in AAA and he's going to be competing at Worlds Collide. And he's called Psycho Clown. So, yeah, once we see more of these AAA talents, they could. Whether they're actually working on stuff now, I'm not sure. Nice to hear he's a lovely person, though, Mr. Psycho Clown. Hannah said, more names for the writing team. Daze the Boomer Roberts. I'll take that. I'll take that. Carla said, I'm sure they have already looked into a market of maybe selling them. Maybe different demographics, depending on how hot they are, says Carla. Thank you, Carla. I have a bootleg Pagano figure, said Defcon. Okay, we are back to the action. We've got Damian and Drew on that top rope. We got 35 minutes to go. 35 minutes. Shy's Garage said, NXT Battleground has sold more tickets than AEW All In. Guys, we're back tomorrow. Thank you for reminding me. We are not just here today and then back for Raw. We are back tomorrow for NXT Battlegrounds. South of Heaven. 1, 2. Look at Ref Daff. Look at Ref Daff in her lovely shirt and bow tie. She looks fabulous. Look at her. She is slaying. She is slaying right now. Right now, we've got Damian climbing up. Damian trying to go up. There's Drew. He's climbing up as well. Shot coming in there by Drew. And again, another blow. They should bring me to Arby's. I love all the meats, said Willow. I've heard, if you know what I mean. I have heard that about you, Willow, yes. I saw the graffiti. Here we go. We've got a suplex. Oh, boom! Off the top rope! Superplex! Damian down. Drew kips up. Kip up by Drew. Ah! He's backing up. Here we go. Claymore. 2, 1. Boom. Connects. He's going to kick out. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Yeah, that I mean, said Zoom Station. Lovely for the ref. Oh, mate, she looks good, doesn't she? People are noticing. People are noticing. There's something about hair in, like, ponytails as well. Do you know what I mean? Cute. Looks great. Shot coming in by Damian. Mitchell said, I don't agree with you. Well, F you, Mitchell. Coming round here, causing trouble. Yeah, we're having a lovely time. And then here you come. I don't agree with you. Oh, look at you. You're the abusive side of this community. Don't you know you're meant to just agree with me? I haven't even read the rest of your comment and I'm upset. What don't you agree with me about? That Ref Daff looks lovely. What, are you a Ref Daff hater? Huh? Is that what you disagree about? 1, 2. I think she looks amazing. And honestly, guys, don't allow Mitchell to tell you otherwise. Oh! McIntyre with a South of Heaven 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Let's see what Mitchell has got to say. Daze, I don't agree with you. Saying this could be a reason why Raw and SmackDown don't have solid matches. Oh, no, I only floated a theory out there. It wasn't a hill I was dying on. I didn't say, oh, this is the reason, did I? I said, I wonder if this could be a reason. But what you heard is, guys, this is definitely the reason why Raw and SmackDown has been mid. It's definitely because of this. Oh, you've upset me even more now, Mitchell. I was upset with you already when you hated on the ref. Chair to the back. Damian went down. I'm going to have to go back to your comment, but I've got to read it in segments because I'm too upset. Damian is still down. Chair is chucked to one side. We do have dude wipes actually on the barricade, you know. So Drew is standing over Damian. He's waiting for him to get back up to his feet. He's taking his time. He's enjoying this. He's enjoying this. He's got Damian over against the in the corner. He's going to go for it. Here we go. Claymore against a chair. Oh, he moved. Drew Claymore's a chair. You silly boomer. Here we go. Oh, chair to the midsection. Damian. He's going to put that chair in the mouth of, under the chin of Drew, and it gets driven into his Lorax. I don't know what you call it. Oh, south of heaven. Yeah. He's struggling. He can't get oxygen. They are taking their time, aren't they? Mitchell said, I'll go to Epic Universe with you sometime if that helps. Well, no, because you'll only walk around telling me I'm wrong. Do you remember that one time on that stream when you said this? Well, I disagreed. Jesus, can we just go on the teacups? Here we go, Concerto. Here we go, Damian. Oh! He did it, you know. He concertoed him. Oh, my God. Crowd are chanting one more time. This is like blood sports. A concerto by Damian. Is he going out the door? Nah. Going out the door. That's the loser way out. Yeah, don't do it. Go back. Go back. Don't be a loser. Don't be a loser. Get back in that ring. Ah, that's how you want to win. I walked out a door. You turn him over and you do that. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, even Jesse's like, he went out the door. He didn't even climb over the top. It is BS, Jesse. It is BS. Show's ruined. Worst show I've ever seen. Flipping hate this. WrestleMania was better. Mitchell said, I don't agree with you. I just can't get past this. I need to move on, but it hurts too much. It's cut too deep. I don't agree with you saying that this could be the reason why Raw and SmackDown don't have solid matches. That means both shows are revolving around 10 to 12 stars, and that would be a glaring issue. I did it. I made it. I got told off. I got shouted at, and I survived. I lost my headphones, but I've got them back now. Mitchell, I'm gonna confront your anger and hatreds. I'm going to confront it with love. I love you. I love you, Mitchell. And if ever I see you, I'm going to give you a big kiss. I'm a lover, not a fighter, Mitchell. Okay, here is Drew trying to get out the ring. Drew got buried, so tokens worlds. Why lock the door, said Dirty Hippo. Connor says, Daze, now it's yeet time. Mitchell says, I love you, Daze. Oh my God, see, I knew it would work. I knew it would work. Right, let's get match scores, shall we? Let's get match scores. Bum, 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 bum. They buried Drew, said Jason. I think he was always losing this. Well, that's not true. I actually thought it was quite close. But the odds were that he was losing this. Because he won at WrestleMania, so if you bury Damian again, if you have Damian lose, you really are burying him. You really are, like, kicking him when he's down. So at least this kind of evens it up a touch more. So, I don't know, if you factor WrestleMania in as well. Have we buried Drew? Have we? Days, they need to put a dude wipe station outside. Oh, yeah. That's true, actually. Good shout, Patsy. A dude wipe station. Dad12 said, someone bring Jesse back into the retirement home. He's lacking a little bit of polish. Maybe talking over at times that he shouldn't talk, but still a legend, isn't he? Still a legend. A burial is being stuck in catering, says Mayor Pete. LB said nothing beats steel cage matches from the 80s. They were brutal. Botched eye surgery, hello. Said Daze, what do we think about them doing WrestleMania Vegas fairly regularly? Well, I don't hate it, because I think Vegas is probably one of the best places you could hold it regularly. I think you could do it there. You could do it in Florida. So if they've received a load of money to do it every, I don't know, 5 years. I mean, how regular is regular? If it's every other year, I've got a problem. If it's once every 5 years, 6 years, something like that, I can deal with that. I think Vegas is, you know what I mean? Great stadiums, easy to get to, loads to do when you're there, loads of restaurants. You could have a great time, really fun time. I mean, the infrastructure's there. But obviously everyone wants London and everyone wants London. Don't tell me you don't. You actually do. Everyone wants London. Everyone wants their state. You know, if you live in Ohio, you want it to be there. If you live in Dakota, you want it to be there. If you live in the Carolinas, you want it there. Georgia, you want it there. I get it. I understand. But to be honest with you, I wonder if realistically there's only so many places willing to bid, you know? I wonder if there's certain states that... So, I'm not in love with the idea, but I'm not terribly down on it. Could you... Look, let's phrase it this way. Could you imagine if it was that Saudi Arabia is going to have WrestleMania on a regular basis? Yeah? How do you feel now? Because compared to that, I feel brilliant, right? I feel great. So we're not going to like Saudi Arabia on a regular basis. We're doing Las Vegas on a regular basis. That's America. And we should be predominantly in America. It is home for WWE. So, yeah, I'm all right with it. I'm okay. Jay Lee said, I love Cardi B. Oh my God, you're in the right place. But J14 deleted your message because J14 goes to the same negativity school as LSW. J14, we had a comment there of I love Cardi B and that got deleted. Actually, it might be because it got spammed. But, you know, whatever. It's also true. She is great. I can't stand Cardi B right now. I'm not having that. You're getting toned out. That's, Oh, US Express are there! Ah, praise dads. Hall of Famers, Barry Windham, and they've got really nice US Express. Show me demolition. Show me demolition. Jesus Christ. Why would you not have them? You've just recently signed them after them being away for so long. Jesse talking about the return of Bronson Reed. Okay. Jey Uso versus Logan Paul. To be honest, we can't win in this match because if Jey wins, that's what we're expecting. And if Logan wins, we're all going to be in tears. Aren't we? US Express. The OG Howdy said Ace. He was out for a while. I believe, says Brony. UX Express, but no demolition. I know. Maybe next time. Top 5 heels: JBL, Triple H, Hulk Hogan, Mr. McMahon, and Wrestling Daze. 4 letters, 1 word. Yeets. I think we're all behind the Yeetmeister General right now, because the alternative is absolutely horrifying. Joe said Wrestlemania said that Drew has nagging injuries and needs some time to rest. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but Wrestlemania has no sources. So that means they must have got that news from somewhere. And I would be very interested to know where that news came from. So I don't know who said that. Why didn't they call the limo driver and have him drive up and open the cage door too? Jesse is just not happy about Damian walking out the cage. And I'm with him. He's right. He's right. A lot of people are talking about Jesse's commentary. He's correct. Jesse hates that match finish. I mean, I tell you, the problem as well is that he stood there and made it seem like he was going to go back to deliver more punishment. And he didn't. He just carried on walking out the door. I'm with Jesse. Jesse's right. Right, here's Jey. He's coming through the crowds. Viking Wolf said, shocking news. Daze is going to win Money in the Bank and cash in on John Cena and save wrestling. Mate, that would ruin wrestling even more. If that happens, I will have ruined wrestling worse than John could ever dream. Right, here is Jey making his way down. Bubba Joe said, Daze, when do you think they'll reveal the Worlds Collide card? It's only 2 weeks. Do you think we'll have builds or just random matches? Random matches. I don't expect builds, because that kid is yeeting with every fibre in his body, isn't he? Boom. I'm glad he didn't leave him hanging. The kid was like that and Jey walked away, but he did go back. Oh my God, look at the kid, look at the kid, look at the kid. I would be like that as well. Now, as an adult, I'd be like that now. But as a kid, oh my God. You've just had a life-changing experience, haven't you? You've just had a life-changing experience. I mean, imagine, oh God, imagine that standing next to Jey, yeeting, the whole crowd doing it with you, and you're on TV. Of course you're going to freak out after. Of course you are. That's how James reacts when he licks kids' faces in the street. He's like, ah! Yeah! Yeah! Oh, God, I'm so happy for everyone. Everyone's so happy. I'm seeing happiness everywhere. King Yeti said, I'm ready for my timeout. I loathe Cardi B with a Pat King Yeti. I can't. I just can't, can I? You're the one person I just cannot ever time out. I can't do it. Honestly. I'd say if anyone's got any negative comments, just get King Yeti to put them in, because I can't do it. I think I'd be kicked off YouTube. For all the support you've shown this channel, I think YouTube itself would remove me. I would rather watch ads than stupid people yeeting. Yeah, stupid kids. I've yeeted out, said Pappy Crocs. I'm yeeted out. I don't want Logan to win, but I can't wait for Jey to lose. Oh dear, what's going on, guys? guys, not it's me normally that's like super down, and I'm in such good spirits, and I don't even know why. I mean, I had hot dogs earlier, and I enjoyed those. Perhaps that put me in a good mood. And they were like big sausages as well. Not like hot dog sausages. These were bangers, mate. I was really enjoying, and I think that has just put me in such a good mood that we've had a lovely time, and the show's been really fun. And we got to see Bushwhacker Luke, didn't we? Hey, do you remember? We got to see Bushwhacker Luke. I'm in such a good banger after banger, said Mayor Pete. That is what I enjoyed. Daze loves a big sausage, said Nita. No, this is true. This is true. Honestly, so big I was choking at one point. Absolutely gagging. But that's how you know. That's how you know that you are pushing it to the limit. And honestly, I was so happy. So I've come on here full of spirits, high spirits, and everyone's all like, oh God, I can't believe it. Commercials. Where's Demolition? Days, I love to batter my sausage. Oh, I don't batter my sausage. I tend to look after my sausages. I wouldn't batter a sausage. That's, do you know what I mean? Too far. Oh, God. Oh, this stupid show. Well, there we go. That was Saturday night's main event. What did you think about it, guys? I thought it was a decent show, and then I lost connection for the last 12 minutes. Show ruins. Crypto Zoo. Crypto Zoo. Crypto Zoo. Crypto Zoo. How? Yeah, it sucks. All that joy's gone. Sonny, even you writing the word boobies isn't cheering me up anymore. Right, let's end this poll. Junior said Logan is awesome at scamming kids. Oh, you lot said good night you want. Oh, God, perhaps this hasn't been as good as I thought. Good 91 for the steel cage. You didn't enjoy it. Good 89 for Cena Truth. Good 84. Oh, God. Perhaps this has sucked. I'm never having hot dogs again. Shoulder barge there. Shoulder tackle by Jey. That is the downside of this match, isn't it? Either we get a result that's quite predictable and Jey wins and we just all move on with our lives, so there's not really much to celebrate, or Logan wins and that is the end of us watching wrestling. So, I mean... Blockbuster, Kipper... Daze, don't feel bad, said Mitchell. I have these times too. I'm legit enjoying a show, and then you'll be like 5, and I'm like, excuse me, with a 6.75 or a 7. That doesn't happen very often, Mitchell. Normally we're like right next to each other, not literally. Right, we've gone to commercial break. Paul puts the fake back in wrestling, said Carlos. Logan back on YouTube where he belongs. Do you know what? YouTubers should know their flipping place. And that's YouTube. They should not be allowed in the real world. Once they start breaking away into the real world, it's like rats leaving a sewer, right? And I can say that because do you know what I do for a living? Nothing. Nothing. I had no value to society. Yeah, I'm part of the problem, right? So I should not be allowed out in the real world either. Yeah, I'm including myself. But I'm allowed to say it. I can say it. So get him back. Get him back on YouTube. I agree. Another ad is insane. This is why Daze just stays in the basement. Said, yeah, do you know why? Because I know my place. Yeah. I know how this world works. I know how we feel about YouTubers. I feel the exact same way. I know my place. I'm okay with ads now, said Real. Oh, yeah. Now we like the adverts. Now the commercial breaks are good. Yeah. Daze, I hope you never get banned from YouTube. I do enjoy the streams. I would be upset. Well, Matt, I don't have any plans to get banned from YouTube. I mean, it's not happened yet, so, you know, I'll keep trying not to. But I like the fact that there's an element of danger there that it could happen. You know, if it did happen, I don't know that we'd be that surprised. So, you know, we'll try and keep the right side of the line. I'm at a 5.5 at the moment. I can't see it increasing. I was genuinely really enjoying this show. I think I found the cage match to be... I enjoyed John Cena R-Truth for what it was. Zelina Chelsea was fine. I mean, the busted nose added to the drama there for me. First match was the best match. Cage match, I agree with Jesse. That end is not what I was looking for. And this match I knew was not what I was looking for, but there's only 7 minutes left. So I was good until the cage match. But I think we've dipped a little now for me, so I don't know. I'll be interested, though, to see if this does WrestleMania 41. We're getting a cage match. We haven't looked at a cage match. It was at 5 point something, wasn't it, WrestleMania? It's not a high bar. Saying this show is better than WrestleMania is not that big of a statement, honestly. Finding it might be a little bit of a problem for me, but shoulder up there by Logan. Shoulder up by Logan. Where have you gone, WrestleMania? Where have you gone? Sunday 5.76. Saturday 5.63. Is this show overall better than 5.7? If it's better than 5.7, it beats WrestleMania both days. I think it is. I think this is better than 5.7 out of 10. I'm standing by what I said earlier. I think this is better than WrestleMania. I mean, that could change drastically in the next 5 minutes. Right now, Logan has got Jey down. He's back up on his feet, going up, looking for a moonsault. Knees up there by Jey. Logan back on his feet over at the side, trying to sell. 10 out of 10 just for Ron Cena. Let's go. I think we're rocking in the 6s, said heel face. Logan down, going for the cover. 1, 2. Oh, I thought that was a 3. I thought he'd counted 3. Well, anyway, it's a 2. We're carrying on. Was that a 3, though? Maybe it was just me. Logan over in the corner. The crowd aren't booing or anything. Right now, Jey grabbing Logan. Logan's going to pull that middle turnbuckle off, and he does. Shot coming in by Jey. We've got an exposed turnbuckle. Logan goes to the outside. Jey's going to go for a dive against the ropes. Gets caught there by Logan. Logan getting back up. And he is smashing Jey into the top turnbuckle, but it was the middle turnbuckle that was exposed. He's going for the buckshot lariat. No. Straight into a super kick. Logan down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. So, a buckshot lariat. Straight into a super kick. Logan down. If Logan gets knocked out for real, it'll be a 9 out of 10, said Randy. Can we go back to the ads, said Owen. Made by Dawn said it's a bit predictable. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Jey going into that exposed turnbuckle. Here's Logan. Big right hand, Jey down. 1, 2. Jey gets his shoulder up. This crowd might ruin wrestling if they're going to be getting behind this and supporting this. I'd imagine Logan will play the "This is awesome" chant that he got during his match repeatedly. Now we've got FU Logan chants. Super kick coming in by Jey. Logan goes down. That's what yeeting does to your brain, says Jey. Stay safe, guys. Stay safe. Oh, big splash there by Jey. Big splash. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Oh, out the ring, John Cena. John Cena, no. No. No, John. No. Okay, please, DQ him. DQ him. Someone DQ him. John Cena is... Don't you dare. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Don't you dare. John Cena has come down. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay, okay, okay. Wrestling saved. Wrestling saved. Wrestling's got a hero. Cody Rhodes. The greatest thing to ever happen to wrestling. If any of you ever booed this man, you're a disgrace. Because we almost just had Logan winning the world title. Oh my God. Cody's back. Cody's back. Cody's back. And I think Jey's going to win. Oh God. Do you know what? John Cena, I will never, ever forgive him for what he just tried to do. I don't care if you try and turn John Cena face. After what John just tried to do, there's no going back from that. There's no going back after what he just tried to do. Oh, thank God for Cody Rhodes. Thank God for Cody Rhodes. Oh my God. John Cena is done. He is done. There will never be a face turn that I am going to subscribe to. I'm back. I'm ready to fight. We'll see you at Money in the Bank. The rumours are Cody and Usos versus John, Logan, and Travis. Them be the rumours. Them be the rumours. Mate, I thought wrestling was ruined. I really thought I was going to have to stop streaming. And I was going to have to do something else, like OnlyFans. Streaming. I wouldn't do OnlyFans. I would stream OnlyFans. Watch-alongs. Well, I say watch-alongs. I'm not sure people would be watching. They'd be doing something. I don't think they'd be watching. I still might do that, actually. I still might do that because I think there's money to be made there. I could have a little graphic on screen when it's time to get for the... Right, guys, reach for the lube. Here we go. We're in the home stretch. Well, I say stretch. It's not advisable. I don't even know what's happening. I'm just so upset about the fact that Logan Paul almost won. I've lost my mind. I've actually lost my mind. I don't want anyone judging me for anything that's being said because I'm not myself right now. I'm very upset. I'm very upset. Because we almost had a new champion. And it was almost a YouTuber. And they are literally the worst. What time are you starting tomorrow? I am starting... I don't know. I don't know, my friend. I am back tomorrow for Battlegrounds. But I don't know what time we're starting because I have not set that stream up yet. So we will start a few hours before whenever Battleground begins. Let's get the match score thing up. Daze, respectfully, I would pay you to not do OnlyFans, says Trini. Oh, you would pay me to not do... I wouldn't be on it. I wouldn't be on it. I would just be doing a what... do you know what? I'm not doing anything. Thankfully, we don't even need to think about it. I'm staying with wrestling. One thing we've learnt tonight is I am actually going to stay with wrestling because it did not get completely ruined. And I low-key think this was a decent show. I think this show's all right, you know. I am standing on the hill of that this was better than WrestleMania. That I'm standing on that hill. I'm not budging. Oh, I can't believe John. John almost helped Logan win that title. Is Jey going to do 2 matches at Money in the Bank? I think he'll just do the one. Mohammed said it was a shiz show. Ads on YouTube, but not many matches going over 15 minutes. I don't... 5 matches in 2 hours. I think you're always a little bit pushed for time. We did used to do 5 matches in 2 hours takeover. I think short and sweet, honestly. This thing did not outstay its welcome. Matches were short, fast-paced. The Cena match, I don't think would have been better if it was longer. I don't think it needed longer. I don't think the main event needed longer. I think it had too much time. Opening match had plenty of time. Zelina, Chelsea, did that need longer? Would the cage match have been better if it went longer? I'm not convinced, honestly. I think these matches were fine from their kind of time point of view. I'm not saying the matches themselves were breathtaking, but I don't know if longer would have made them better. Short and sweet, said Soul Blue. That's how I feel, but some of you might not feel that way. And that's okay, honestly. That is okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a thing up on X for feedback. So feedback required. What did you think about Saturday night's main event? Let's get some responses back and see what people felt about the show. We'll do a video on it, of course. I don't know what I'm going to do in regards to Unseen. That is just a bit of a nightmare for me at the moment. But I'll have to think about that now. But we will do an opinions video. And as we said, we are back later with Battlegrounds. Lone Star said, take care, everyone. Daze, I'm going to give this Saturday night's main event a 7 out of 5, said Connor. Vic gives it a 7. Bronson Cody returned. We got Ron Cena. It was entertaining and it was fun. And we got those future show announcements. Jay said, I've got very mixed feelings about this show. Okay. Boomers for Life said this was enjoyable. It was short, sweet, nice. Justin said Cena just tried to legit ruin wrestling for... I know, there's no going back. I don't give a flip what we do with John. I will never forget what he tried to do tonight. He tried to help Logan Paul win a World Heavyweight Championship in WWE. And what, is he now going to later in the year turn around and say, sorry about that? Sorry about that. Yeah, but what if you'd have succeeded, John? You would have actually ruined, not like the fake stuff you keep talking about ruining wrestling, because you're going to leave with the belt and no one cares. But you was actually going to ruin wrestling. I'm done with him. I'm done with it. I am livid. Livid. At least we got the Wyatt six-pack this week, said Danny. We did. Cena's real heel turn was tonight, said Zoom Station. Ain't that the truth? They should have Jesse on commentary the whole show, said Joe. I don't know. It'd be hard to get into anything with him kind of putting everything down. It's pretty crazy that, I don't know, I think he did this last time. Has no one had a word with him? Has no one had a word? I mean, it is kind of, in the past, he would always argue with the other commentators. So he would always be with the heels. He would always be anti-Hogan. He would always kind of argue. But like here, he's kind of really going off on stuff. And it's so jarring compared to like current commentary that it really stands out, doesn't it? I mean, he just having a go at the babyface who just managed to beat Drew. And he's like having a go at him leaving the door and everything. That's like everyone's talking about that. That's a big talking point. I think if you want lols, it would be fun to have him on the whole show. But whether that would make for a better show, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Great to have him around, though. An absolute legend. An absolute legend. Daze, Cody and Jey are going to win against Cena and Logan. More ads than action, said Mohammed. They should have shown that Cena starts to feel guilty, like at Backlash. Well, they doubled down. They made him a bigger heel. Cena tries to help Logan Paul win. Cody Rhodes returns. I mean, we've used this show to set up Money in the Bank as well. Do you know, I judge a show by talking points, and I feel like this show had tons. Bronson Reed back, Cody back, the busted nose of Chelsea, Jesse on commentary, the legends being shown in the crowds. You know, what Cena did, trying to help Logan win. I mean, like, all of that packaged into 2 hours. I feel very entertained. I feel very satisfied. But I'll be very interested to see what you lot think. So get your thoughts in over on X. I'm going to run away and start working on an unseen or something. Don't forget, though, we are back later. So if anyone is interested, even if you're not interested in NXT, we will start hours before so that we can have a good conversation. So even if you're just around, swing by, say hello, and we'll get stuck into some conversation. But yeah, really appreciate everyone joining us. I hope you had a good time. Main events. Let's get the score. Oh, you scored it great. You scored it great. You said that main event was great. Was that great because Logan didn't win, or has the Low Gang like joined our community? Guys, are we all low gangers? Am I just completely out of sync? What's going on? Is it great because Logan didn't win, or is it great because Logan did a great job? I don't know. But either way, that match gets great 54%. Guys, I think we might be low gang. Are we low gang? Oh my God. No one told me. No one told me. I thought we were anti-Logan. Well, don't you learn something new every day, eh? Okay, thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate it as always, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.